Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Um, Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to those of our silent viewers. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everyone had a wonderful and blessed and productive week, and looking forward to a restive weekend. Welcome to Jeopardy Fridays and Mystic Live with your host Baron and Anne Marie. Welcome, welcome, Moya Truck Life. Welcome, happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining in. Okay, so let me just do some housekeeping here. One sec, guys. Okay, there we go. All right, so the topic for tonight is different voices, same message. And Jamaican towards Republic and a new constitution. Molly, welcome. Happy Friday to you. Thank you so much for joining in. So, guys, as you come in, remember to thumbs up the live, share us out. We really appreciate it. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. And I'm just going to turn over to Baron so that he can start the discussion while I do some housekeeping. Welcome, Mel. I'm sorry, tongue tied. Welcome, Marlon. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining.
All right. How you guys are doing? Once again, my ardent listener, thank you very much to be on board again. Another Friday, right? It's always a pleasure, right, to interact, of course, with you guys. But what we are dealing with, right, are issues that concern, right, global concern, right, local concern where Jamaica is concerned, and in the diaspora as well, right. So what we have, we are going to be addressing some powerful topics, of course. We are going to talk about brain drain society, right? We are going to talk about a particular event, right, as it relates to certain methodology in terms of fighting crime, and of course some geopolitical concerns, part two of that. And the main topic, we'll be discussing Jamaica en route to becoming a republic state, right? Because we have seen where, of course, Andrew Holness also spoke on it, and that he wanted to, be the navigator for that. We have other prime ministers who wanted to see, Jamaica going republic. Of course, we have some Caribbean countries like Barbados, right? Who had gone republic as well. And so then we are going to discuss that tonight as it relates to Jamaica moving towards a republic state. Persons are concerned as to, why that should be. So I'm going to break that down for you. So let us begin with our first subtopic, right? A brain drain society. And let me say that for any society, right, who pressured suppress and depress its middle class, then it's a society that's destined for failure. Right? We have seen where this particular government, right, has done, their endeavor best, let me say that, to suppress and depress the middle class, overtaxation. And so then what we have been seeing, our teachers being, suppressed as it relates to a livable income, right, to, fund for their families, and where they can save. They are just living paycheck to paycheck. So many of Jamaica civil workers, right, are in that situation as we speak, right? Now, it is important that any government, right, who want to be successful has to focus on its middle class. And so then when you strengthen your middle class, then of course you strengthen the economy. Because every government should know that the middle class is the center pillar of the economy. They are the working class people, right? They are the one who pay the taxes. And so then you have to make sure that the working class, right, being placed in a situation where we talk about livable income, that, they are not working from paycheck to paycheck. Our police officers are not being paid properly. Our teachers have not been paid properly, right? And the list goes on, the promising and known deliverance where that is concerned. And yet, prior to 2016, when Andrew Holness was campaigning, Andrew Holness went out aggressively against the People's National Party, criticizing the People's National Party. And he emphasized during his political campaign prior to 2015 that if a government undermine the teachers, because the teachers are the backbone of society, right? The teachers are the strength of the society. So many faculties pass through that, right? And so then if you deny your teachers, if you deny in extension your civil workers the success, then of course you're going to have a problem. One of the problems that you're going to have brain drain society, where you have your intellectual people who decided that, okay, Jamaica is no more the place for me. And so in order for me to make two ends meet, I have to go overseas, right? I have to share my talent outside of Jamaica. Hence, Jamaica being short of certain resources. So many teachers that have fled Jamaica, so many persons, right, as it relates to the middle class, being leaving Jamaica in drones under the governance of Jamaica Labour Party. So of course I'm going to play a clip for you with Damian Crawford, right, speaking the very same thing, that you cannot, as a government, tax yourself out of debt. You can't. You can't. If you are going to depending on tax and you are not going to find innovative ways for the country to be productive, right? For the country to bring out, right, the adequate amount of GDP that needed to service their debts, then you're going to be in a problem. The Chinese, right? China has showed us how well that is in terms of the many years that China, right, took to bring out productivity that they have seen surplus. And now China is really now a force to reckon with. So without any delay, we are going to all tune into Damian Crawford and just tune in into what Damian Crawford, right, has been spoken about. All right. So without any further ado, let me play that clip. Let me play Damian Crawford.
Okay, happy Friday to those who are just joining us. Welcome,
All right.
welcome, Clive. Welcome, Arlene. Welcome, JJ. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Marlon again. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. And Ricardo, if you're hearing me, I'm gonna try and fix that. Ricardo got blocked in the chat on YouTube. He cannot communicate in the chat, so I'm gonna have to try to fix that. I don't know what happened there. So welcome again. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone over on Facebook. Really appreciate you joining in. Happy Friday to you. I see all of you over there. Thank you so much for joining. All right, so I'm just gonna share the screen here.
Okay, so all right, so and listen to what Damian Crawford has to say. When you have a government that
we will pay dearly, I put it to you, for the way we negotiated with our teachers. Mr. President, in 2020, 2021, resignation 723 teachers. In 2021, 2022, resignation 1,310 teachers, almost double. The impact isn't reflected in the numbers because one teacher is responsible in the secondary entities for up to 160 children. A teacher teaching 4 classes, which is the norm, 2 10th grade, 2 11th grade, is going to have in each class 40 students. So every time you have a teacher missing, that is going to be 160 students. What do we have now? We have today's date, about 2 months from CXC, that schools are still in the Sunday paper advertising 6 spaces and 7 spaces. And what we have done is to make Jamaica uncompetitive for the services of our teachers. And also that we have increased the intent in the way that the negotiations were handled for our teachers to migrate. This have been captured.
All right, so there you have that little piece of snippet from Damian Crawford speaking, you know, in relation to the pressure that teachers have been facing. And as you heard from Damian Crawford, that, you know, the teachers have been leaving in drones. And not only the teachers, I may add, that majority of the Jamaican civil workers, right, have to force, right, to leave Jamaica, right, to search for survival, right, in a foreign land, right? And people may think that, okay, all right, you know, as it relates to what one of the Jamaica Labour Party government is saying, that those teachers, right, are not patriotic, right, who are leaving, right, as it relates to, you know, avoiding living from paycheck to paycheck, right? But does it really make sense if, as a teacher, and I am not talking only teacher, we are talking about in general civil workers, that you are working for years, 15, 20 years, and you cannot see your financial status lifted, and yet, right, you have put out your best, and all that you have been hearing is promise upon promise upon promise. And the truth be told, right, civil workers have been meeting the pangs of hell, you understand, as it relates to, you know, both governments, I must say, right? And so then it is time that we need to recognize our middle class, right? And keep that up and ensure that governance is fixing our middle class. There is no society can stand predominant to be strong, right, and firm if your middle class is weak. It is your middle class that hold up that society. Is the middle class that hold up that band of honor. And so then when you pressure your middle class, right, pressure them and suppress them that they become poor. And now the poor has gone beyond the poverty level. Then it is dangerous for any society that disregards their middle class. Right? Police, teachers, nurse, doctors, the fire service, you name it. Right? These are services that needed for the survival and the bloodline of any economy. Right? Andrew Holness know all of this. Andrew Holness himself had spoken about it. Right? Andrew Holness himself has criticized the People's National Party about this. But no, Andrew Holness is in power, right? This is the situation that we are facing, right? The political rhetorics, right, that not making any sense, and politicians from here to here have been failed on their promises, the lies, the deceit that they all deliver. JJ said private prison is coming. Andrew did say 15 years random imprisonment for the 15 years old youths. And when you see a government, as opposed to look in areas where we talk about health and wealth, and that government has limited input to put in health and wealth, and as JJ said, looking to build prison and extend misery in people's life, as opposed to find innovative ways, right, so that the country can be productive, right? Now, when you look on teachers getting their salary, or any civil workers getting their salary, and before they start to spend that monthly salary has already gone in debt. It has been owed because they are not getting a livable income, right? They have to pay for the transportation service. And if those who own motor vehicles have to buy gas, and gas are very expensive. Inflation is higher than their head. And we all know why inflation is like this. Now we have seen Nigel Clark, right, spending his time, right, trying to say that the government is successful, right? And that's what he's claiming. But you can look beyond Nigel Clark's words, because you know who Nigel Clark. Nigel Clark is simple a spinner, right? None of the success that Nigel Clark had spoken about, right? Any civil worker is feeling that success, right? The basic food items continue to rise. And so then, of course, we understand that. And that's why last week when I spoke about geopolitical concern and the large debt that we have owed to China, right? The debt that we have owed to IMF. These are the reasons why we have the mountain of inflation, right? if we were doing good, as according to what Nigel Clark stated, we wouldn't have to be handing over our wharves for China to operate it. That is the first sign to tell you that we are not doing good. We are not doing good. So then there is no revenue, absolutely no revenue coming from that. That is a debt relief for China. So this goes to show you the lies that they continue to tell, right? Where that is concerned. Now I want to, so that is that for that topic. We are going to go into outside of Jamaica for a little while, and we are going to get back, right? And show you a situation. And the reason why I'm showing that situation is a unity within a community, how they commune together to fight crime, right, and meet a common objective. In Detroit, you have a culprit a couple of days ago that breached, the residence of an ageable lady who is 82 years of age and raped her. But the community galvanized around that in the pursuit of this man. I want to play that clip for you to see it, and then we discuss something from that as it relates to Jamaica situation. All right?
Okay, guys, welcome to those who are joining. Happy Friday to you. Okay. JJ saying, when these nurses, doctor, police, firemen, bus drivers all come abroad, even minimum wages probably pay more than a month's wage in Jamaica.
JJ, that is no lie. True. That is definitely true. Right? That is definitely true. And those are the situations that our civil workers are experiencing.
Yeah.
And then very shortly, we're going to have a brain drain society, right? Because the electoral persons are living in drones, right? Just to seek better life, right? Because they have been suppressed and depressed, right? Okay.
All right. So let me just share that clip with you. Let me just see. I guess that's the best way I can share it.
About that 80-year-old woman who got sexually assaulted in her house in the comfort of her own shit. Y'all better speak the fuck up. You feel me? This nigga gotta go off the street ASAP.
This type of shit requires this type of enforcement and this type of proactive community policing, because if the children and the women and the elderly aren't safe, then what purpose do we, all men, what purpose do we serve as men? As men, it is our job, it is our duty, it's our God-given duty to protect the women, the children, and the elderly of our community. That's our jobs, and that goes for men that work 9 to 5 to niggas that call themselves gangsters. See, because real gangsters don't allow this type of shit in the neighborhood. If it was some real gangsters over here, then we'd have got over here and found the body of the suspect.
All right. Hey, I appreciate the info.
Thank y'all for that.
No, appreciate it.
different shows, different area. If you walk around here with no shoes on, and everybody can see this guy, everybody comes, and everybody give the same description of the guy. So he definitely live over here. It's a abandoned house over there. There's one next block. Two over there. There's two of them right there. We about to slide on.
Come on, man. Let's try to cover as much ground as we can before it gets too dark. When it gets dark,
go down this way and see where it's at. Go call
okay.
Okay.
Last time we had something similar like this is when they shot at that 81-year-old Mama Jewel when they were shooting her house up and we had to hold down the block.
Hell yeah, easily, especially that one right there. Yeah, step on that shit.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Gone.
Continue.
Hey, y'all know anything about that 80-year-old woman right over here?
That happened over here. Oh, the 20-year-old. I think that on Instagram today. They said the 20-year-old girl work at Instagram. We find that nigga.
What up, Doc? All right. Well, we out here, y'all know what we out here. Yeah, you're good. I'm just trying to throw folks in. Yeah, no, it's good.
Okay.
All right, my ardent listeners. The reason why I played that clip, although it has nothing to do with Jamaica, let me say that, right? But there are certain points that I want to take from that. If you notice, most of the people who in search of the culprit who sexually assaulted that 82-year-old lady, right? They are under pursuit. And of course, they are establishing their Second Amendment rights, bearing arms. So now let us look on that and look in Jamaica as it relates to what example can we take where the community come together, right, and deal with situations that is criminal against the community. The reason for me to play that clip, right, is to speak to FLA, Firearm Licensing Authority of Jamaica. We have seen time and time again where persons who may not a part of a community venture into the community and create chaos, right? People being shot, all sort of crime being committed. But the community itself is unable to respond. Now, look what I just showed you in Detroit, that community where all those persons bearing arms and able to form a union, right, in going against that criminal in pursuit. So think of it, guys, that if FLA, in terms of aiding to fight crime in Jamaica, because we have a serious crime problem in Jamaica, and you have law-abiding citizens. Yes, I know that Jamaica doesn't have, right, the rights to bear arms. What Jamaica has a privilege to bear arms. And so then that privilege goes to people who the FLA deem to be fit in getting that firearm. But look at this. If you have law-abiding citizen who has no criminal record whatsoever, right, and can prove his legitimacy that he's a working person, why is it so difficult for FLA to arm such person? A lot of application being failed because FLA is saying to them that they don't see the need for them to get a firearm. So the question that I'm asking, you being in Jamaica, anywhere in Jamaica, you are not safe. I will give you a perfect example that you could be, right, might be going to a bank, right, might be going to try to process some cash from the ATM, and immediately, spontaneously, robbery ensued. Right? Now, you being a law-abiding citizen, right, cannot help. The reason why I'm talking about this, also the last situation with the beryllium security, the reason why it was not that serious beyond what damage has done was to the fact that the gunmen were intercepted by a licensed firearm holder that helped to repel them. Just think of what I'm saying here, right? And the need for law-abiding citizens to at least get a chance to defend themselves. You have the gunmen, right, that armed, coming to your house. I want to ask FLA and the government, in cases like those, where you have persons go into your house, right, where your ladies exposed to all sort of, you know what, where people jumping over their fence, criminal jumping over their fence, and they cannot defend themselves because they have no means of defense. When is it that the government is going to have the awareness that the Jamaican police force as it is, right, doesn't have the sort of protection as it relates to protecting, as it relates to protect said 3.5 million people in the best way possible? There are times when police at police station have no vehicles, right, to assist. You have situations where you have limited police to man an area and so forth. And so then what the citizen left with is just being there, exposed to anything, you understand, as it relates to them even losing their lives. So then, if FLA and the government see the need that, look, where crime is at in Jamaica, and the crime statistics have been reaping for over 20 years, over 1,000, number 3. How can we allow the community to engage in assisting, right, in crime reduction? If the government think that, okay, all right, at least what we can do, if we cannot protect our citizenry, because one of the first responsibility of any government is to ensure protection to the society. So this is where it's at now. The government realized, the Minister of National Security, the Commissioner of Police, realized that, okay, the truth be told is that they cannot efficiently protect all the citizenry. And so then, if the government recognizes this, at least, why the government not right, doesn't allow law-abiding citizens. We are not talking about giving everybody or anybody firearm. That is not what I'm saying. We are talking about law-abiding citizen where the system is going to screen. This person has no criminal record. This person is a working person, right? This person has a family to sustain, right? Those should be the requirements of that person to get a firearm, at least to defend his or herself. Because the police force and the government itself cannot guarantee such protection. And so then, if the government needs some level of prudency as it relates to FLA, look on the situation and say, okay, what can we do to aid, to reduce? We going over 1,000, number 3, per year, over 20 years now. Might be arming, right, lawful, law-abiding citizens, giving them some sense of protection. Then even if you don't want to give persons what we call keep and carry, at least that person should be able to even have a shotgun at home for home defense, so that someone don't feel the need that, okay, you can just run in anytime, right, and do the person harm, because obviously the person has no weapon to protect his or herself. And so then I am saying that for the government to recognize this, right, and see we're a situation that, okay, the government is totally unable to offer such protection. So then the government responsibility now is to ensure that since we cannot offer such protection, let us at least offer them a means to protect themselves. The basic defense mechanism of life is for one to protect his or herself, right? And so then Clive Morrison said, we are too ignorant to be empowered this way with guns. Now, all right, Clive, now look at this in terms of what you just said, that we are too ignorant. Or might be you want to use the word arrogant. I think more unlikely that you want to use the word arrogant and not ignorant. Because when you talk about ignorance, you're talking about lack of knowledge and so forth and so forth. Right? But arrogance appeals to a particular behavior. So I am going to put it that, okay, you didn't want to use ignorant, you want to say arrogant. Okay, all right. Let us look at America. We are talking about arrogancy. And where America bear the Second Amendment to bear arms. We have seen so many school shootings. So let us reason about the arrogance. And some of the school shooting, right, most of the time is that that child feel neglected and left alone. And so then that seems to be appealing to a particular state of mind, right? So that person, because he feels left alone, he feels neglect. And in some instances, I will say some persons are bullied to the extreme that they react in that regards. Now, for persons who feel neglect, right, does it give that person the right, to take a gun to school and turn it on persons who doesn't even pass his pathway? So then we as a people right, must not hit ourselves or criticize ourselves to say that, okay, America, it's okay for America bearing arms because America doesn't have the arrogancy level like us. But when you checked it, you have seen that persons who are so-called intelligent, persons who come from a society as it relates to first world society, ignorant, arrogance, we can cause no hell. Okay, all right. All right. So then, the thing is, what I want to say, what is his name? I'm bringing him up.
Clive.
Yeah, what I want to say, Clive, and you understand, not that I'm bashing your opinion. I mean, your opinion is opinion, and every man have a right to his or her opinion. One of the things I don't like is that when persons express themselves, persons are going to tell them, okay, or speak to them as if they don't have a right to express themselves. I will never ever do that, right? So I respect your opinion, right? Because you might be coming from a place that, trust me, I don't know. I am totally unaware as it relates to the reason why you said it. You understand? But I am countering that as it relates to also my experience, right? And so then, of course, we can differ in a very respectful way. So this is what I'm saying in terms of America, who has all sort of, philosophy, all sort of freedom of speech and, ideas, right? So many different culture, right? They justify their need of bearing their Second Amendment right. But I am saying, and the reason why I'm saying that we as a black people seems to just look on our own self and just, believe that, okay, we should be suppressed because we don't deserve the right, you understand, to bear arms, because might be if we get arms to bear, then we will do some crazy things and we are not responsible enough. But in the same breath, while you are saying that, right, most of the amazing invention around the world, if you want to Google it, you understand, came through blacks' innovative skills and ideas, right? And so then when you look on where we are coming from as it relates to geniuses, you understand, then we have to believe in ourselves that we can function just like any first world country, and even better, right? Remember that we as a third world nation, right, in St. Elizabeth, we have electricity before New York. Before New York. And New York, United States, is a first world country. But a third world country, Jamaica, in St. Elizabeth, has electricity before New York. So then, if we can do these things, why we shouldn't believe that we should be able, right, to have firearm, get firearm, providing that we are responsible, right? And of course, we know that we can act responsibly, right? And so then we have to believe in ourselves. If anyone wants to fail us, shouldn't be ourselves, feeling ourselves. Because Marcus Mosiah Garvey, right, one of the greatest innovators, said that when you tell yourself that you cannot make it, then you are twice defeated, because the system is against you and you are against yourself. And so then I am saying this, right? Marlon said prisoners must start pay rent because I think it because of the freeness why so much persons going to prison. Them not even have dry shit, them, you know what sense of start pay rent. But me get your point, Marlon. I get your point. So this is what I'm saying, right? As it relates to, I believe, and let me say that subjectively, that I believe that if the community, more people, more responsible people who are, you understand, persons who are working, right? Persons who have no criminal record, I think that should be good enough for them to bear arms. And if they bear arms and they do what is, out of the law, right, then the law deals with them accordingly. But my saying in all of this, right, is to say that people need a chance to at least protect their lives. And in doing so, right, give them some means of protection. Some means of protection. Look what is happening to the beryllium security. Because their conventional weapon has no means of protection or to protect them from the criminals who have those sophisticated weapons. And as I said, that if beryllium is going to be attacked another 20 times, it's the same another 20 times they are going to be defeated because they have no means of protection. So take what I'm saying here in terms of that scenario, you understand, and put it into the wide-based community. That the community, we in the community, people in the community need a chance to protect themselves. So that is what I am going to say for that. Okay.
Is saying, on top of China in control of the wars, you can't, you can no longer use your private vehicle to pick up anything without a commercial vehicle, I guess, without a commercial plate.
Okay, without a commercial plate. That is might be what so and these are the things that I'm saying. That the government is finding a way, and okay, it goes back in terms of what I mentioned last week with geopolitical concerns and where, right, as a year, Nigel Clark is speaking as if, okay, all right, Jamaica is on the road to success. Okay, vote for the JLP again because, of course, we are in the stage of surplus. We are not. If Nigel Clark can simply told a lie as it relates to FBI being here investigating the SSL case, and which he knew very well that the FBI is not here, and then have the audacity to double down on it, what else can you believe from Nigel Clark? And so then his political rhetorics, what he's keeping up, right, is to tell lies and continue telling lies to the people. We are not doing well as it relates to paying back our loans, right? Our productivity ratio is down. And so then that is one of the reasons why China has to take over and operate the wharf, right? And that is the reason again why some of our prime lands have to be given to China, right? And so then we need a government that is going to what? Be transparent. JJ said, let me hear what JJ.
Sorry, let me go back up. There's something else too. Clive said, we're too desperate and frustrated. Government costs too much help.
Exactly, Clive. Right. Definitely. And I do agree with that what you said.
And
all
JJ
right.
is saying the oppression of the poor and not much empowerment. I was JLP, but never again with Andrew.
Okay, so JJ, and honestly, And the reason why JJ, right, is in that mindset is because JJ was told many things by Andrew. And JJ have seen that in the advent of social media, where social media now has the ability to go back, right, into an inventory and pull clip, right, and say, okay, Andrew, you said this, but this is what you are doing. And then we see that it's now becoming a pattern with Andrew. Not only that has been becoming a pattern to Andrew. Andrew has no interest as it relates to nation building. So then we have to make sure that we keep him as it relates to checks and balance, right? And go in, right, to the library, right, and pull those clips and show Jamaica and reflect the truth to Jamaica. All right, so
I said no, then just thief and have Judas mindset.
Exactly. So now when we look, and we are going to talk about the part 2 of the geopolitical affairs, because last week, and you see, in terms of what I spoke about last week, that is one of the reasons why now we are going to have the main topic as it relates to Jamaica going republic. And I love to discuss that. So, but let me get into the part 2 of geopolitical concern. Now, we talk about the concern as it relates to where the United States dollar stand right now. And so then, people, I am going to say that it seems like we are going through a phase that I am wondering if World War III is around the corner. I am not trying to scare anyone, but I am speaking the actual fact in terms of certain things that we have seen, right? We have seen autocracy is moving against democracy. Remember, I brought up, I had spoken about that last week and told you, right, the autocracy governance as it relates to China, Russia, North Korea, right, and all those entities. Now, we have seen that on the Western Hemisphere, the banks are at great concern. Is the American dollar that built on gas and oil foundation, right, is going to meet a sudden debt. And so then what it seems like US will be facing, or might be actually facing, is what we call a paper economy. Simply means that, of course, their expenses is higher than their productivity. And so then China and Russia, Saudi Arabia, right, now is saying that they are going to formulate, right, new currencies, you understand, to run the world. They don't have to depend on United States dollar. And so then if they are pulling out, what is going to happen to the United States dollar? Right? And so then that is great concern. We have seen situation where United States and other allied countries are doing drills. China is responding to the drill to say that if United States challenge them, United States will be defeated. So all these political rhetorics, you understand, being hyping up. And then, of course, it is a concern for all of us. I am not going to get in any deeper with that. I am just going to leave it there because I don't want to scare anyone in terms of, talking about World War III. So then what we are going to get into, the main topic. Now, Jamaica en route to becoming a republic state. But before we go into that, let us get into the chat and see what persons are saying.
What is the Jamaica's human rights doing to protect us as a nation? And she also went back and said, what is Jamaica's Bar Association doing about the constitution that Andrew is breaking? Okay, all right. These are two. Let me just answer that question. Put it up there. Let me just answer the constitution. What is the Jamaica's Bar Association is doing about the constitution that Andrew is breaking? Now, as it relates to what Raquel Ferguson spoke about, and Andrew Holness' blatancy as it relates to not display his statutory declaration as it is in the policy for members of parliament, right, to make sure that they report in their statutory declaration. Now, we have seen that the same policy goes for Jamaica Constabulary Force, hierarchy police officers. And I don't understand why you have the policy where the police officers, hierarchy police officers, have to do this. And if they don't do it, they will be prosecuted accordingly. So let's look at what I'm saying, people. But here we have Andrew Holness. And that's what Raquel Ferguson said. Outrightly, plainly, breaking the laws because he continues to break it. And decided that, okay, no matter what anybody said, me name Andrew Holness, and I don't care about the law. And in the same breath, Andrew is on a mission fighting crime. The irony of it, right? And he's telling the criminals that if the criminals don't change their attitude, the criminals are going to get red on. This is the Prime Minister who should now set the perfect example of obeying the law. During a particular interview, right, it was established that the Prime Minister doesn't want to pay the requisite tax to the country that he is governing. So then, I don't understand. Raquel doesn't understand. And myself doesn't understand that it appears as if the laws only utilize conveniently when it comes to Andrew Holness-led government. And so then, I love how Raquel brought up that because it speaks so much of Jamaica en route to become a republic.
Andrew Holness is saying that he wants to be the captain to pioneer Jamaica in becoming a republic. Now, people, I am going to break down certain things for you. Now, let me just ask a rhetorical question. And of course, I'm going to answer it. Do I want Jamaica to become a republic? Yes, I do. I do. And so then my fundamental reason for Jamaica, right, to become a republic is for us, Jamaican, to have a constitution, a new constitution, that written by us Jamaicans and written in support of us as a culture and as it relates to law as we evolve, that are reasonable to the time and where punishment supposed to fit the crime. The constitution that we have was written by a giant committee, I think in 1961. For persons who are doing the search, right? I might be off a little bit, but somewhere in 1961, right? Because that constitution came in rolling with our independence. And so then that constitution, after it was written by giant committee, I think Alexander Bustamante, right, was one of the persons who was a part of that as well, right? But it was sent to the UK for its approval. So what we have is a constitution that was handed down to us by our colonizers. And so then, if you can refer back to that time, the colonizers would not approve a constitution that go against them. Kenya is going to use their shilling instead of USA dollars. Yes, JJ. Because I mean, that is the effort that the BRICS group is moving towards, right, in terms of trying to might be cripple the United States dollar. We live to see Babylon fall in front of our eyes. Prophecy is revealing itself. All matter are clear out of the eye. Clive, your opinion, I respect your opinion, but the truth be told, right? I mean, no comment where that is concerned. No comment, but you understand? Yeah, you. I mean, you have spoken your truth. Let me just say that. So then, of course, when we talk about, you know, a republic state, a lot of Jamaicans will hesitate, because I was speaking about this last week and to, you know, one of my brethren, and he was saying that, you know, going republic is like communist. And so I said, no, because in a communist state, right, there are absolutely two things that you don't have. You don't have freedom of speech. You cannot speak in a community, in a communist regime. You cannot speak out against the government. If you speak out against the government, that's serious consequence. So a communist regime and republic, two different things, night and day. In a communist regime, you don't have free and fair elections to choose your government, right? Now, with the republic government, of course, what is going to happen is that the people will get their chance, right, to choose, right, their president. But one of the reasons why I'm bringing up this topic, and since Andrew Holness, right, want to be the person to pioneer us in that, Andrew Holness must not be given this chance to do that. Because I am going to show you something here where people have to be careful. And one of the reasons why I said that Andrew Holness must not be given that chance, right? Andrew Holness' behavior, as what we all can see and all can witness, has tendencies of autocracy. Listen, people, Jamaica, hear what I'm saying. Andrew Holness' government has tendencies of being an autocratic government. This is not somebody you want to give that chance to. Right? You have seen where Andrew Holness, even though the Integrity Commission found him corrupted as it relates to the awarding of contracts, what Jamaica had witnessed locally and the diaspora is that Andrew Holness' entire cabinet defended him. Just imagine a government like this to take us into republic. Now, there are 5 types of republic. And so then we have to be careful with this government, this Jamaica Labour Party government. Whether are we going to run a constitutional republic, or we are going to become a parliamentary republic, or we are going to become a presidential republic, or we become a federal republic, and finally a theocratic republic. We're not going to deal with theocratic republic, because that is like, in the old days where, divine persons who believe that, okay, they have been, divine through, God's divinity, that they have the right to rule and so forth and so forth and so forth. So obviously we are not going there. But when we look on constitutional republic, means that the government govern according to the Constitution, because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. It would be now similar to USA, United States of America, is considered as a constitutional federal republic. So then, being that Jamaica is moving towards a republic state, what I listed here, right? You can have, couple of, patterns as it relates to constitutional republic, parliamentary republic, presidential republic. So since I spelled out constitutional republic, which means that the government govern according to the Constitution. So the Constitution, as it relates to the government that is going to govern, right, view the Constitution as the supreme law of the land. In many, even democracy, right, they also do that, right? Now, parliamentary republic operates under a parliamentary system of government where the executive branch, right, which is the government, derives its legitimacy from the parliament. So what it is talking there, right, is giving some separation of powers. Presidential republic is a form of government in which the head of government, which is the president, leads an executive branch that is separate from the legislative branch in a system that uses separation of power, which also utilized by the United States. So I'm saying that we going towards republic is a good thing. PJ Patterson, right, also wanted Jamaica to become a republic, right? Bruce Golding, right, also inclined for Jamaica to become republic, right? And in my view, and many other persons' view, right, we would prefer to go republic to the fact that we get the opportunity to finally remove the clutches of colonialism. So people must understand the fundamental reason of us wanting to be republic or Jamaica moving towards becoming a republic is to remove that final clutches of colonial. Now we have a governor general because of course, our democracy, right? And to the fact that the king, right, is the head of state, right? And so then we want to move ourselves away from that, and which that in itself is going to be productive to us because we will not have a budget for a governor general. The governor general wouldn't be needed because we will be totally separating ourselves from the colonial clamps. And that is what we want to do. We want to make sure that for the persons who are going to participate in writing our constitution, and we have great lawyers, right? We have great lawyers, right? Constitutional lawyers, right? I am not quarter savvy, right, about constitutional law, so I can't explain that depth. But we do have those experts who are already slated. You understand that if we go republic, right, these are persons who are going to ensure that the Constitution sort of represent the people of Jamaica and serve the people of Jamaica. Walking purpose, Monica, bless up yourself, Sister Monica. The Governor General is clueless. May God help him. But like how Miss Monica put that, right? Just raw, lick off the nail off of the head just like that. I never see this amount of corruption in any government, Raquel stated. Now, Raquel, the truth be told, Raquel, right, is that, and I'm going to say something since Raquel mentioned that. Jamaica, here's the truth. Here is the truth that I'm going to speak, Jamaica. The SSL case, let me just go back and show Jamaica what it is. The SSL case already been sorted out, and a particular conclusion already be determined. All right, I'm going to say something here, and you are going to witness that, oh, Mystic Sensation say it clearly. The end result that we are going to get of this case is only Jean and Pantan is the only scapegoat for it. Let me break down something to you people. The reason why the SSL case is not going to be resolved. Remember, you know, people, when this SSL case started, remember that I said plainly, just go back to my clip. Go back to my clip, people. When I said plainly that Bolt is not going to get back his money. Is not going to get back his money. Right? Because you have to understand that the SSL was an engine that used by the corruptors. And I'm going to explain it. I'm going to explain it. Right? The SSL case will not be resolved for the simple reason that the Prime Minister at one point has his account in SSL. So whether they want to use Crawl or any person they want to use,
Just a facade.
It's really a facade. Because the end result is going to expose a corruption that Jamaica cannot deal with. No, really. The key in this SSL corruption is for Andrew Owners. And every time people I come here, that is the reason why I'm beating it. And people might not understand that the day that Andrew spoke how much he put into SSL and how much he get out of SSL, that is the thread that any investigators can pull on, and that will unravel a lot of things. People remember, I know, right? That 2006, people, 2006, when Andrew Holness was the Minister of Education, right? He had mixed up in terms of the influencing of contracts, right? So between the period 2006 to 2009, when did Andrew Holness became a part of SSL? People, let me open the brain. Andrew Holness became a part of SSL 2008. Where Andrew Holness mixed up in an influence of contract between 2006 to 2009. Think of it, people. Right? And use the time frame. Use the time frame. 2007. Right? He got mixed up in influencing of illegal contracts. I don't have to look through any documents, all of that in my head. 2007. Andrew Holness influencing contracts. Influencing contract to him and a particular to a person that him and that person is operating that particular company. This is what you call political kickback. So people look on the time now. So 2007, he is influencing the contract. 2008, he became a part of SSL. Up until 2009.
2021.
Right? So look. Watch this now, people. board money went in 2012. Right? Board money went in 2012. So since JJ bring up that, this is the reason why I touch about this and show people, you understand, why the SSL case is not going to be solved. People take it from me. Jamaica, take it from me. Diaspora, take it from me. I am telling you that the SSL case is not going to be solved. Nigel Clark know this. Nigel Clark know. Now, look here, people. A journalist, investigative journalist, spoke to Andrew Holness lawyer Patrick Bailey. Remember, I'm not looking at any paper, I have it in my head. Spoke to Patrick Bailey as it relates to Andrew Holness building that big elevator mansion. And Andrew Holness lawyer Patrick Bailey cannot explain, cannot give any tangible reason as it relates to how Andrew Holness come by his assets. He spoke about mortgage. He spoke about loans. After Patrick Bailey communicated that to the investigative journalists, they went and investigate and they found no mortgage, no loan. People, just try to understand and don't put in the dilated politics in the situation. We are talking about a prime minister who needs to be transparent. Now, why you think that Andrew Holness government make a move as it relates to muzzle the Integrity Commission? Why you think that? All right, let us ask ourselves a question. If you are not doing anything wrong, people, why do you need to cover your tracks? You have not done anything. Why you need to cover your tracks? Why you need to muzzle the Integrity Commission? Right? Why you need to do that? If you are clean, if you are transparent. And as a result of muzzling the Integrity Commission, right? Greg Christie then automatically has to be meticulous and making sure that he is certain on his investigation, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. Right? Because as it relates to new Muslim policy, that if an investigation is going to pursue against any member of parliament pertaining to the awarding of contracts, it must first go through parliament. Right? And then parliament would have to decide whether or not the investigation need to go further. People, when I saw that, from that time, I asked myself the question, right? If people go back through the clips as it relates to me addressing that situation, and what I address is the very same situation come on aunt the Integrity Commission. Because I said then, what if a member of parliament become the subject of an investigation? When I said it at the time, I did not know that Andrew Holness was under investigation. I honestly didn't know. And that was one of my concerns, to say then, what if the member of parliament, you understand, becomes the subject of an investigation and no one wants to expose that member of parliament? How the investigation is going to proceed? Jamaican people, let me tell you this. Warmington the other day, because Greg Christie came out with the information and spoke about it, you know what Warmington is doing? You know what Warmington is suggesting right now? And you know what? I should have clipped that clip if I know that I was going to discuss this topic. I wasn't planning to discuss this topic. I'm just answering as it relates to what Ferguson said. That bring me into this topic. Because every time I talk about this topic, I am so grieved. But look, people, right? That Warmington, look on the audacity, people. Basically, what Warmington is said, that Greg Christie out of order to try to speak out on things that the Prime Minister had done. So you know what, Greg Christie? Because they tried to fire Greg Christie and realized that they cannot fire Greg Christie because it has to go through the Governor General, right? And an next entity for Greg Christie to be fired. You know what Warmington and other members of parliament is now doing? Is now trying to draft a bill that situation, the discipline of the Integrity Commission, must now be taken away from the Governor General and give them the opportunity to dismiss Greg Christie. So then tell me now, this is the government that you want to take us into a republic state where them and them friend can craft laws, right? And then you have a republic state turn automatically in autocracy. We are not going to give this government a chance to take us into republic. We are not. And so Jamaica, we prefer to hang on our democracy as it relates to the old constitution. If him, Andrew Holness, has to farm, has to hold on to power, Jamaican people, at least the democracy that we have here still give us the opportunity to vote out a government, and that is the power that we have. Do we expect that Chang or Anderson has the balls to call for Andrew arrest in investigated? Right? They are very weak and clueless. Look here, JJ, let me tell you something, JJ. I don't know the reason why you call Oriston. You understand? Because as to me, right? Oriston. There's a reason why Oriston is a natural failure. Right? There's a reason why Oriston is a natural failure. And so then you have to understand Andrew Holness in terms of the selection of his cabinet members. Andrew is not going to select any person and put them in certain places that are going to go against him. Now, the Prime Minister, people, let me say this again. As it relates to the Prime Minister portfolios, Andrew Holness is the only Prime Minister, if people don't know, that carry about roughly about 19 to 20 different portfolios under his responsibilities in his office. Simple means partially everything, partially have to go through him. Right? And so then when you look at that, it's already set for corruption. It has never done before. Integrity Commission's
Supposed
okay.
to be independent.
Integrity Commission is supposed to be independent from the government. Raquel, I did believe that. But guess what, Raquel? It will never happen if the government corrupted. They want to make sure that they can muzzle. And by doing that, they are robbing the treasury. Remember last week when I spoke about the geopolitical concerns and where China is using the Belt and Road Initiative as an economic tool to censor themselves in geographical locations of the globe as a result of loans that they have had. And I told people that China strive at best when the country is corrupted. People, all you need to do, go through Google, right, and do some Google search, and it will show you that where China strive at best is when the country is corrupted. And why China strive at best is because when the country is corrupted, the loans that China offer to that country, it is now difficult to pay back. Because situation like what Andrew Holness caught up in terms of the awarding of contracts. And so then these are the things that, look, the law is clear as day. And Andrew Holness breaking them clearly. That looked like Trumpism to me. But no worry, no worry, no worry, people. We see a perfect example up east. You understand? So, might be he's going to take a page out of that man's book. Let me speak that. So don't worry. You think that you're mighty and you think that you can do things and you think you can get away because you're the Prime Minister. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Yes? Because we have seen greater than you. You understand? Who being the government of first world countries is now facing the predicament of the law. The long arm of the law will catch up on you. We have seen that done. The illegal DPP that is sitting in the office, and it goes on, Raquel. You understand? So then when he asks the DPP to do extended time, he knows the reason why. Right? But as I said, Raquel, reckoning happened up east, and it will take place down south. It happened in the first world country, the Caribbean, where he is concerned will get a taste, a page out of his book. It is coming, right? And so then when you look and you can see that, of course, a Prime Minister who is blatantly breaking the rules. The Fair Trade Commission is clear with the policy. that before a contract can be awarded out, Raquel, the contract has to be publicly displayed for the purpose of other persons have a free chance to bid on it. And the government who is looking after the people, right? Bring up TJ.
Welcome,
Welcome, Sister Tara.
Good night, good night.
Sister Mike, when you come up, you know, test your mic when you come up.
Testing.
All right, so Tara, as I'm saying, the Fair Trade Commission policy, right, is simple clear. We don't have to look in a non-book, you know, because we have to take it out of our head. It's simple clear. The Fair Trade policy stated that before a contract given, right, the contract of that contract has to be publicly displayed so that other contractors can have an opportunity to bid on it.
Yes, throw the hats in the ring.
Right? So all the government is going to deal with that contract now is to say, okay, all right, we are going to spend taxpayers' money. So we want the best for less, right? Because we are preserving taxpayers' money and we have to spend it wisely. And so then what the government is going to do, right, as it relates to, what is it, SDA, is that deal with the vetting of contracts. So what they're supposed to do, that agency is supposed to do, is to make sure that when you are doing the vetting, I think it is SDA, when you are doing the vetting, right, the best person as it relates to affordability and talent, right, is going to get the contract, right? And so then, of course, the process better serve the Jamaican taxpayers, right? Now, if you being in the Ministry of Education, you don't have anything, it is not your responsibility to influence contract. And you are going to write letter, right, to aid the process of influencing contracts and award that contract to yourself. Because if you look at it, Tara, if you and my wife, right, own a contract, own a business, right, and you are placed in a position where you can influence the contract to go to your own business, that is what we call political kickback. That is corruption.
Yes.
Because what you are doing now, you are now giving contracts to yourself. Isn't that plain, Tara?
Plain as day.
So then now, as I am saying, Tara, that in 2007, all of these allegations, the Integrity Commission was investigating Andrew for all of that. In 2008, so then, Tara, my question, I am asking, one more, and this is, I am asking question, I am not saying that the Prime Minister, you understand, taking the money, and that is not what I'm saying. But the question let me ask, where the Prime Minister get the money from to put into SSL 2008? Because 2007, you understand, it mixed up in a contracts, influencing of contracts. And 2008, you understand, becomes a part of SSL. And people, locally and in the diaspora, the biggest joke about the whole matter, me not understand this, as it relates to SSL. Sarah, the Prime Minister and the primary thief leave SSL this same year, 2021.
First of all, you started out and you start talk about fair trade and where fair? Fair where and under what governance?
Well, that is what I'm talking about, Tara.
That the word no come in none at all. Let me get in a patwa.
So
The word no come in none at all.
So in breach the fair trade policy, right? And not only that, what I am asking is statutory declaration. Now we could look at it and have an understanding, right?
But Byron,
yes,
you are stating stuff that should really and truly happen. But think about it. If you are in a position and you are doing certain things, why you're coming out to declare for people like you and other people to come with the microscope and a stethoscope or any scope on you want carry come to investigate me. If you come take a closer look at what I don't want people to already know, why would I do that? And that's the case with Andrew. I heard you speak about the integrity committee. The integrity committee need an integrity committee for themselves. You understand me? You know, like when people have a backup plan, but the backup plan need a backup plan for itself too. The integrity committee needs an integrity committee. You understand me? For monitor them. As it relates to Mrs. DPP, I don't know if it's the P missing or it's the D, but something definitely missing. You understand? When you look at the timeline of some of the things, it no matter how you ignorant, it no matter how you dance, it no matter how you come up woefully lacking of certain information, corruption is corruption and it is clear as day. No matter how, and let me give it, and I'm not being disrespectful, it no matter how you dance.
Speak it true, Tara.
It no matter how you dance, if you look at it from any angle, you can angle, and that means say angle, and any angle you look at it from, you can realize that there are many things that don't make sense. You know, when all people say it not add up, it's not add up none at all. Yes. I heard you spoke about Mr. Warmington. That man coming like he's a spawn of the devil. You understand me? And when it comes to morality, for him drop right a ground and he step and walk on it. You hear me say? And worm eat it.
Yeah.
Him not have nothing. Near morality, him not, as it relates to integrity, integrity don't mean much to many of these people. Now you also spoke about awarding of contract to themselves. Let me tell you something. That's what they have been doing that since forever. And even when it is not awarded to them directly, if people do research and researches, many of the business, and I work on a project for a certain institution, and that's when I learned that many of these organizations that contracts are awarded to and where they need goods and services, many of them are owned by politicians. Some people are aware of, and many people don't aware of it. You hear me tell you?
Tara, no, since me automatically forced to bounce back in this SSL discussion because remember I didn't come here tonight to discuss SSL.
But it's a sore point.
The thing what I'm saying, Tara, and what might be people are not getting, right? Bolt.
Now we'll get back in money.
Hold on. Bolt put his money in SSL from 2012. People, I want you to listen to this. The Prime Minister put his money in the 2008. Okay. Now, from 2008.
Touch not thy money.
Hold on. From 2008, right? Jean and Pantan, right? Admitted that she began to steal, said 2012, based on the information that is out there. So people, let us look. All right, let us leave SSL alone, people, for a little bit. I am just going to tell about the people. In 1995, so we're going to 1995, I left the SSL. for a little bit. In 1995, Jamaica faced one of its worst financial meltdown. People, Jamaica people, you know who the persons were involved in it? The persons who were involved in it was Paul Cheng Young and Cross Kerry, who mixed up in a SSL. Cross Kerry name mentioned, and I'm going to tell you where Cross Kerry name mentioned. As a result of the meltdown, financial meltdown, the big failure with Paul Cheng Young and Cross Kerry, right? What happened that they have been investigated, and 4 days is according to the information before the judge make the final rule on the case, because Paul Cheng Young lost the case, you know. One of the reasons why Paul Cheng Young lost the case, because remember, diaspora, local, the FBI was involved in the investigation. The mistake that Paul Cheng Young did after Paul Cheng Young, right, damaged Jamaica the way there. Jamaica lose 40% of GDP. 40%. Paul Cheng Young, the mistake that Paul Cheng Young made was to swindle the money into the United States banking system. That is the reason why he got caught, you know. Because the FBI who investigated the case tracked it and found the money. Where him start to buy up properties and transfer properties in a daughter name, this name, and that the man take the people their money and do with it, you know. The FBI tracked it and found it. The court make a rule and where Paul Cheng Young have to pay over $100 million back to investors. Now, 4 days before the court ruled, the documents state that Cross Kerry, who mixed up in a SSL, Cross Kerry was aiding Paul Cheng Young in hiding some of the assets in Florida. So people could get in it now. I could open up it because FBI investigate it. I mean, take over the investigation.
Lick it to the boss.
Investigation. We don't have to wait for a crowd. Now, people, watch this now, people. So now, since we paint a background with 1995 with Paul Cheng Young, right, who dead and gone, and left Cross Kerry, and them know so they will make a mistake. So me can now tell Bolt, I can definitely assure Bolt and other persons and the 9,000 persons who money been missing, I can tell them that their money is not in the United States. And the reason why I know that their money is not in the United States, because Cross Kerry, who was a part of Paul Cheng Young, aiding Cheng Young to hide those assets, you understand? Realize that they made that mistake and show them this mistake is not going to happen. They are not going to put back that money in the United States where it is going to involve FBI. So when Nigel Clark attack up his mouth and attack about FBI, people, you must realize that no, FBI is not going to involve for the obvious reasons in terms of persons who are going to be exposed. All right, people, we could go in on the thing now. 2012, as according to Jean and Panton's statement from out of her mouth, she has been stealing from 2012, come up straight to 2021. All right, people, listen now. I am somebody who work with some of the world's biggest firms. And I participate in audits. There is no way on earth here where Gene and Panton could have acted alone and miss internal audit system from SSL. It cannot happen. People, remember, take off my glasses. It cannot happen. It can't happen. Because that, if I am investigating that can't miss me. A simple checks and balance process. That's a very basic, simple checks and balance process. You understand? The amount of what the investors lodge, right? You need to have a physical checks and balance with that. So how could Gene and Panton from 2012, right? Okay. The thing we want people to understand. Look here, people. SSL after 1995, SSL resurface under a different name. SSL. You know what was SSL before? SSL before name Paul Chen Young and Associates. People, the SSL that you see in a problem, it was Paul Chen Young and Associates. The same Paul Chen Young who mixed up in the 1995 financial meltdown with him and who? People, him and who? Cross Kerry. Cross Kerry. So then now, tell me now, people, if Gene and Panton is the only person start to steal the money from 2012 up until 2021, where she jump out and the Prime Minister jump out. People, Gene and Panton and the Prime Minister exit SSL 2021. Remember, Anamia said, the Prime Minister stated that he removed his account 2021 out of the Prime Minister mouth. And we know that Gene and Panton jump ship, right? 2021. So then, what's this now? Here Nigel Clark planning the whole thing. When Greg Christie, they investigate Andrew Holness from 2007 with the illegal influencing of contracts. And the corrupted prosecutor, the corruption prosecutor, did not bring forth charge against Andrew. For why? Because she claimed that it was too long. The length of time had passed. And so then the difficulty of might be getting witness and putting the case together and so forth, right? She's not going to prosecute. People, let me say this to you people in the diaspora and local. There is no statute of limitation on criminal charges. What the Prime Minister had mixed up into was not a civil matter for the corruption prosecutor to say, okay, she's not going to pursue criminal charges against the Prime Minister because of what? Statute of limitation. Well, that not exists, sister. So whatever criminal books or criminal laws you read, that not exists. Statute of limitation only exists in civil matter. It is not a civil matter. That Greg Christie was recommending. Right? The recommendation was to pursue criminally. So then how you have, okay, so people, I could look at that. Now in a FBI, in a this FBI SSL thing and blah, 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 blah. You know what Nigel Clark talk about? Because the complexity of the case and the length of time, right there, so people, right there, so the finance minister is actually telling you how the case is going to end up. Right? And so then what the amount of delays and the length of time that it's going to take to investigate, nothing is going to happen. This is a sad, sad case. And these are the people who want to govern people. These are the people who want to govern people. Tara, what do you have to say about the matter? Tara, are you there? Okay, all right. So this is what I'm saying. That when you look at all of that, right, you are going to see this case play out, play out, play out, play out. Because Nigel Clark knows very well that if the FBI involved in something like this, people are going to be in trouble. And so then the truth be told, yeah, let us use Crawl. Because really and truly, Crawl has no powers of arrest. Why do you think man use Crawl? Crawl has no powers of arrest. And so then, whatever Crawl find and hand over
to the parliament,
they are going to have it scripted. That's plain and simple as that. Do you think that into a political season, facing a general election, Nigel Clark is going to do things to expose the Prime Minister and have them lose the election? Think of it, people. So what you think? Why the reason the cabinet centers around him and I try to protect him? Because guess what? He cannot have that cancer on his back facing a general election. As far as I'm concerned, him don't lose already, because people understand what is going on. We here in social media expose it. Right? So look how this man is behaving. And this man wants to pioneer us to become a republic state. When he's using all sorts of delayed tactics to push off the local government election. What is the reason why I don't want to keep the local government election? Him know enough. And him know say he might lose drastically in the poll. So I want to know which time between now and either local or general election that he's going to really win back confidence in the people. False promise. So then now me see, I have seen now the Minister of Tourism, Edmund Bartlett, is now talking how many hotels that they plan to build and how many vacancies there are going to be and where blah blah blah. So now the business now, the order of the day now is to now come with promises. The same old notebook. Can you imagine? No, you realize that they are really dinosaurs and they need to go. So what Edmund Bartlett is coming now promising and talk about hotel, this and how many persons are going to be employed and where blah blah blah. Let me ask Edmund Bartlett something. During the 7 years that you are there, why you never created all those opportunities until you now go and face a general election now? You are using that. You understand? To promise the people so that you can give them some hopes and they vote for you. The same old tool politics. Same old tool politics. You have not done it 2 years ago. You have not done it 3 years ago. But now that you're facing a local government election and a general election that is around the corner, yes. And let me tell you something, people. You are going to get more promising from Edmund Bartlett. Remember, the persons in Hanover, Edmund Bartlett, we have a file. The promises that you make in Hanover, none of that being fulfilled. I'll know. Remember now. Remember, that's why the Hanovians disrespect you. Because none of your promises being fulfilled. So then, all I'm saying, labor rights, it's time to go. The promises that you are making, people know that all playbook. People know that the book that you are giving them is Animal Farm and the Prime Minister is Napoleon the Pig. Pass laws that animals should not sleep in bed until they catch Napoleon sleeping in bed. Napoleon now changed it that animals are not to be seen sleeping in bed with sheets. This is what Andrew Holness is simply doing, giving us Animal Farm. Mr. Napoleon the Pig, your time has come. The people know that you are Napoleon the Pig. And you need to go. So then, Rocket want to go? Yeah, give Rocket a number. You give? I'm going to give it. Okay. So this is what I am saying. That people have been there, done that with the whole system of politics. The middle class has been suppressed, oppressed, being overtaxed. Right? Remember, your family, an example, you know. When you were criticizing the PNP, you took your basket samples and you showed the people why they need to vote for you and the PNP need to go, because at the time you accused the PNP, right, of not doing as much, as not creating as much productivity. And so then you accuse them of inflation. Some Prime Minister, to be fair to us, your basket size that you had showed then, we would like for you to show that same basket size now and compare the cost between then and now. And then you will see the difference and the impact that you have created and that basket size that you displayed. Be fair with us, because we have the clip to show you the basket size. We have the products to show the people the products that were in the basket that you displayed, right? And to identify cost of living and how inflation was rocking the people as a result of the poor performance of the People's National Party. So then, Prime Minister, I want you to come back and show that very same basket size and tell us the cost for those items, making the comparison, sir, between then and now, and you will understand the impact that your government causing the people. Your government, right, as it relates to signs that you build, simple signs. One in Montego Bay, one in Negril, one going for $12 million to just build a simple sign. That is how the listen. It is so cruel. Even although that money doesn't directly affect taxpayers, because that money comes from out of the Tourist Enhancement Fund. Right? But it matters not, sir, because the money that you take from the Tourist Enhancement Fund could fit in other projects that will benefit us, but you utilize it in terms of the overcharge that you have overcharged. So I'm making the people understanding the nature of your wrongdoing. And when Edmund Bartlett wants to justify that, okay, that money doesn't directly affect taxpayers because it came from the Tourist Enhancement Fund as it relates to persons who are traveling and so forth, that tax, right, as it relates to persons who are traveling, goes into a particular fund. But remember, it is the country resources. It should benefit the Jamaican citizenry. So then that money shouldn't be utilized with a criminal method of overcharging, where you have a sign that doesn't even worth $1 million. You have your contractors who you choose to give it to, because you never utilize the Fair Trade Commission rules of awarding the contract. So you give it to who you want to give it to, and then in turn overcharge, difference slice off, and being distributed accordingly. That is what we call political kickback. Sir, that is corruption. And we don't want to hear that it is Tourist Enhancement Fund. It affects us. It affects the citizenry. Right? That money could better use or being utilized, might be aiding as it relates to some health situation. Have you think of that? Have you thought of that? Or the government need to better utilize all the resources? Right? No, I am not eating out. No, and this is it, and this is the thing. Because when we talk about productivity and where we now have to hand over our wharf now to China, because China, right, had built the road for us, which as it relates to what amount of expense that tabulate on taxpayers. Now, I am not seeing no focuses placing on agriculture. And then all the focus seems to be going into tourism. So talk to me now, Prime Minister. I want to talk. I want to ask this government something. We need to be more than adequate in our production. Our GDP output need to run in a way where we are servicing our debts, as opposed to hand over some of our key resources to a foreign entity. One of the biggest mistakes that any country can do, Mr. Andrew Holness, is hand over your wharf or ports or any ports to a foreign entity. So the question I am asking, do you know what they are bringing in? Do you know what they are bringing in? We have seen where the police investigate and find so many Chinese knockoff goods. What that goes to tell you, say, Mr. Prime Minister? What that goes to tell you? That the wharf now handed over to them and them carrying X amount of things what they need for carrying and flood our market, affecting our people. Do we know how those products be made? Do we understand the health issues around those products? So if nobody not talk, let me talk. You have a foreign entity operating your wharf. A foreign entity bringing in products. There is for me to be saying that because the police investigation revealed that so many Chinese knockoff goods found, over millions of dollars worth of Chinese product, all them coming in the country. Oh, they're coming to the country. Remember, I told the people, as it relates to geopolitical concerns, that one of the ways how China became successful is via the means of corrupted government. Corrupted government. This is a sign to show you that your administration is corrupted. The Chinese government love you because you are having difficulty in paying the loan. So you hand over the wharf, you hand over some prime properties to China and Jamaica. Be on the lookout. More things will be handed over to China. So let me talk before you do it. So that when the people them say, yeah, do it, the people them know say, all right, Mystic Sensation say it. You understand what I say? So that goes to show you now, what are you doing with our agriculture? What is the focus on our agriculture? Tourism is not doing as much for us because most of our aid came from remittance. Remittance. It's your own statistics prove that, Mr. Prime Minister. So what tourism is doing for the country. Right? Remember, I spoke and I said that most of the money that the tourist industry is generating using our resources, most of those monies are not banking into Jamaica banking system. Allow me to tell you. Prime Minister, for allow me to tell you, come out and talk. I know that you're supposed to grieve in your heart because you can't muzzle social media like you muzzle the Integrity Commission. And that is your problem. That is your problem. Right? So then slowly but surely, as I said last week, we are losing our sovereignty. We are losing our sovereignty. The policies in which you are operating is not within the benefit of Jamaica. The policies that you are operating now is in the benefit of China to pay back the loans to China. So then China is dictating the policies in our country. No, that is the truth, you know, Jamaica. China is dictating the policies in our country. Right? So then there's some more Chinese school bill. And you soon start to see now Chinese language add into our syllabus. All these things are going to happen to Jamaica. All these things are going to happen. And yet, Nigel Clark stand up in a parliament and acting as if Jamaica economy is booming and boast how Jamaica Labour Party government is moving forward with the economy. It's a bunch of lies. So then, Mr. Nigel Clark, I am asking you to tell the people. Then if Jamaica economy is booming, why China is operating our wharf? Why? If you didn't have adequate money paying China, right? And productivity was kicking. And we were paying, we were servicing our debt. Why do we have to hand over our wharf to China? Our prime lands. Why are we handing them over? And there you go. You and your lies in parliament. Right? You and your lies in parliament. Right? Telling pure lies. And here now Edmund Bartlett is now setting the political engine, greasing the political engine, trying his best to see if you can wheel back from the damage that you have done. By what? Promising people how many hotel jobs? How many hotel jobs?
Which not pay much.
Which, as my wife said, don't even pay much. Eh? Just look at that. Look at that. And where the very hotels here are running competition with our local people. They are selling craft. They are making sure that they have all-inclusive policy. And you, Mr. Prime Minister, you can't even stop that. Because none of these policies are for the Jamaican people. You have owed IMF their money, you owe China their money, and probably you might go on a World Bank. I don't know. Right? But definitely, you owe IMF money, $797 million. You owe China $3.16 billion. Even Jamaican that don't even born yet. To every single Jamaicans in a Jamaica owe at least $4.6 million in debt. In debt. This is what your governance has done to the Jamaican people. Right? And you are asking, you have the audacity, right, to ask the Jamaican people to vote for you in terms of the continuation of your governance. It's a shame and disgrace, right? Shame and disgrace how you are suppressing the middle class, right? The middle class everywhere, in every sector, feeling it, feeling it. So this is not the time to be idiotic. This is a time to be patriotic.
Jamaican
and be Jamaican and defend Jamaica. Right? Defend Jamaica. And that's why I am telling Jamaica to make sure that we see if we can't have a third party there, because let me say it repeatedly I say that if I prefer to have a third party, I would prefer to have a third party, but based on Jamaica culture, for over the years, Jamaica culture, I don't think I'm ready for that. So then, let us move with the People's National Party. And one of the reasons why I am supporting Mark Golding, because Mark Golding is making the effort in creating, drafting, and impeachment laws for corrupted politicians, and where Andrew Holness and in government resist it in every way, shape, or form. Andrew, we have seen that you have taken steps, making moves to suppress us, muzzle us, depress us in every way, shape, or form. If you have any inch of dignity, you would join Mark Golding. You would join Mark Golding and said, yes, an impeachment clause need to be added into the Constitution. No, you don't want that. You don't want that. So then, are you somebody who have integrity? Are you somebody who is honest? Are you somebody who talking about transparency? Muzzling the Integrity Commission, fighting against the bill that Mark Golding want to put in law as it relates to impeachment of members of parliament. Think of that. Prime Minister Andrew Holness, you don't believe that a member of parliament should be impeached? When they do something wrong, you don't believe in that? Andrew Holness, this is what you're saying to Jamaican people. You go against Mark Golding impeachment bill. You are telling us indirectly that you believe that no member of parliament, no politician, even when they're wrong to the core, must not be impeached. Then, Prime Minister, tell me, are you for the people? Are you for the people? To have that mindset, in agreement in muzzling the Integrity Commission, have that mindset in agreement to go against Mark Golding impeachment bill. People, let me tell you how to find it. Just Google Mark Golding impeachment bill in Google search engine and you will see the truth. You will see where Mark Golding take it and leave it because of the resistance. So people tonight, all you need to do, go into Google, right? Google Mark Golding impeachment bill and read upon it. That Mark Golding, who is not the Prime Minister, has a vision to say that members of parliament need to stand accountable for wrongdoing. So why then we should not vote for Mark Golding? That should give us every reason to vote for someone who is saying to all of us that even me, Mark Golding, if I do something wrong, I should be impeached. What Andrew Holness is saying. No. No. It must not happen. What Andrew Holness is saying against the Integrity Commission. No. You are not to speak out. And as a matter of fact, because you have spoken out, we are going to discipline you. People, it is clear in the presence of all of our eyes. Who is Andrew Holness? And the set of people Andrew Holness is defending are the rich and elites. We are no more in an inch of a doubt. But all of his actions, all of his doings is showing us that this is the man who is at the helm of our politics. A man who is willing to dibble and dabble in the art of corruption. A man who would have been aware of SSL corruption from 1995. A man who would have been aware of the information that is not hiding on the internet. People, if you type in into Google search engine right now, and the reason why I'm telling people how to find it, if you type in Paul Chen Young, it is going to come up. Nothing is hiding, people. What I find, you can find. So type in right now, Paul Chen Young, 1995, financial meltdown. And when you read along, Tara, I said, Lego 100 shirt, begin teeth really. Me a hold Tara, me a hold my with shirt round his neck in a Tara. Every week me come by so me a beat him until he left office. I mean, nah stop beat him. When everybody stop beat him, me still a beat him. Every week, it's my point of duty for beat him. Corruptors must go. Corruptors must go. So this is the channel that is totally against him. Nation building, me say. Nation building we are dealing with. And so then for a prime minister who would have known who is more privy of the information than the ordinary people, the prime minister of information that no ordinary people have. He is the prime minister. He is the chief servant of the country. And we have been privy. No one is asking why Cross-Kerry had gotten a license to run SSL based on what he had caught up with in 1995. Who gave him the license to operate? Why we are not hearing anything about that? Why mainstream investigative journalists are not digging that? How did Cross-Kerry got that license? After being mixed up with a corruption like that. Yes, people, this thing of fear. Because you have people, and we're talking about white collar crime, right? White collar crime is some of the most serious crime, in humanity, because that cripple an entire nation, And sometimes you have a man who had done some wrong, serve him time in a prison, and nobody know how to employ because he has a prison record. Look at it, people. Nobody no want to employ him. And so then he has to now revert back to what he had done before, being a criminal again, because there is no means to survive. They lock it off. I come from prison board, me not give him no work.
Society.
Then, oh, Cross Kerry, who had mixed up in all of that, the saga there, got a license. And the Prime Minister would have known that that information is out there. How did he get a license? How did he get a license? Now, the next thing that I'm asking about, that me I dig deep, because since now FBI is not going to be a part of it, then let me be the FBI. Right? The Prime Minister investing money in it 2008. And then if the Prime Minister benefited from SSL, may I ask the question? That tell me that the Prime Minister utilized what we call a short-term plan. So then if the Prime Minister utilized a short-term plan, right? The Prime Minister might be, because, you know what, let me use myself. Let me use myself. Because I want to be careful. If I am into a position, so I'm using my scenario. If I'm into a position and I have influence over certain contracts, and me and my brethren have a company, and the influence that I have, I cause that contract to go to my company, me and my brethren company. And me now know of SSL. And okay, I am going to put a money in a SSL based on the position that I have. I am going to take the risk if, you know, my returns guaranteed. Investment on my returns. If I am guaranteed investment, return on my investment based on my position, I am going to say, all right, you what now? Me are going to put a big money because return on my investment guaranteed. And so then we're going to take that big money, right? Hear the thing now, people. This is where it come tricky. What were the products that I put that money on? So then, if I am putting it on, all right, say me I put it on Grace Kennedy rice, just for argument's sake. Why would I want to put it on Grace Kennedy rice? Why would I want to take 20 million and put on Grace Kennedy rice? Based on my position of connection as it relates to the product performance, insider trading. And so then what? If I have that information, have that access, and of guaranteed returns on my investment, no hesitation. Yeah, $20 million. Yeah, I put on that. And depending on my position, right? Depending, because although we are talking about the Prime Minister as a profile account in SSL, it should be told. What if the Prime Minister has more than a profile account in SSL. I'm not saying, you know, I am asking question. I am, you know, building scenarios. People about think with me. So then, what if it is a little bit more than just having a profile account? Now, what if I am a shareholder? Think with me, people. Think. Not only that I have a profile account, possibility of me being a shareholder. How could this company get a license to operate a business like this? As a matter of fact, this business was Paul Cheng Young and Associates that damaged Jamaica as it relates to the financial meltdown, that resurfaced, being operating with one of the operators in 1995. And so then, to disguise the history, the person who involved in 1995, to disguise the history, changed the name to SSL. So when you peel back SSL, you realize that SSL was Paul Cheng Young and Associates, connected to 1995. The question I'm asking, the Prime Minister didn't know about this? People think. Do you think that Nigel Clark, the Prime Minister, or any member of Parliament, Cabinet, and whatever, want the FBI to investigate this? Yeah? Now, FSC, the Financial Service Commission, people, let us look at it. Flag them of wrongdoing. Flag SSL of wrongdoing. From before 2016, from before even Andrew Holness become Prime Minister. And before Andrew Holness become Prime Minister, Andrew Holness has a profile account there from 2008. Remember, people, 2008, Andrew Holness in the Ministry of Education. 2016, he becomes the Prime Minister. He became the Prime Minister. Are you telling me? But look here, people. While Andrew was in the Ministry of Education, you know who used to be Andrew Holness' advisor? Rural Reid. Rural Reid. When Andrew Holness became Prime Minister, mixed up in influencing of contract according to the Integrity Commission, Rural Reid was placed in the Ministry of Education. What happened? Rural Reid took out the cookies from out of the cookie jar. Take out the cookies from out of the cookie jar. Where did Rural Reid learn that behavior from? People think Rural Reid was Andrew Holness' advisor in the Ministry of Education. Andrew Holness had been investigated on by the Integrity Commission from 2007. Rural Reid would have known all of that. You see where I come from? Croskery. Mixed up in the 1995 financial meltdown. And then Andrew Holness have a profile account in SSL. People, what I am shaping for you is the Prime Minister Association as it relates to criminal element. That is what I am shaping for you. The Prime Minister Association as it relates to people who have questionable character. Rural Read, Cross Kerry. The Prime Minister in that circulation. See where I'm going? Now, the primary thief, or let me put it this way, people, and I'm going to design it for you. The scripted thief. Listen, my people. The scripted thief. Gene and Panther decided to jump out 2021. And the Prime Minister said, you know what? Now jump out too. Right? An auditor like myself know that Gene cannot bypass how many years of internal audit without the company not aware of that. That the company totally oblivious. So then what Cross-Kerry is saying, that a financial institution like that not doing any audit. So then, that first year of audit, I would like to see that report. Not only make a shift now, the FSC, Financial Service Commission, who flagged them 2016, now when Andrew became Prime Minister. Look now, people. Watch this. People's National Party flagged them too, you know. Prior to 2016, FSL flag. People, just watch this. Prior to Andrew Holness being the Prime Minister, the People's National Party flagged them with Omar Davis getting the report from the FSC. Getting the report from FSC and Omar Davis, you understand, put on pressure. But hold on now, move up a little bit, Andrew Holness, right? Is Andrew Holness want to say that he was not aware of this SSL, right? As it relates to the history in 1995? Prime Minister. The Prime Minister. Who would have been privy to all of that information there? So, okay. What's this now, people? FSC flagged them for, I think, about 7 serious incidents. One of which in 2016 was the misappropriation of client funds. Misappropriation. FSC flagged them for misappropriation of client funds. What is it? Okay. The members of parliament to know it's not the leaders, but us as the members of parliament. All right. So I am saying the FSC flagged them for roughly about 7 offenses, which one of them, and the primary thing, is misappropriation of client funds. Okay. So they should have now fixed the situation. You are going to tell me now, Mr. Cross-Kerry, I am talking directly now to Mr. Cross-Kerry, you would have seen this report and know this report as it relates to FSC and the contents of the report, that misappropriation of the funds, of client funds, would be a significant factor on your mind, because now you're looking down the barrel to lose your license. What step did you take? Because Jean Panton said she began to steal from 2012 up until 2021. So from 2012, what did you do, Mr. Croskery? If you're saying that you're not a part of it, you don't know nothing about it, so then it's fair for me to ask you, from then until now, you did not realize that the conditions under which they were flagged have not been corrected? So you are saying to us that you're totally oblivious of that too? Eh? So people are only pointing out these things as it relates to the reasons why Jamaica must not look for FBI to investigate. Don't pay attention to Nigel Clark tripling down, because him double down already. And he go triple and triple down again. And you are not going to see any FBI. No FBI, not there. Remember, people, may I say it from day one. And just imagine, when I stated it from day one, and he came out and he doubled down, right? And people believe that, okay, yeah, FBI is here. Now you know at this point in time, FBI is nowhere to be found. They are not here, and they will not be coming anytime soon. Right? So these are the things that we speak about. But let me say this in the end of my conversation here tonight, that this channel is going to be a beacon of light as it relates to pointing out the wrongdoing. Because we want nation building. And of course, we are looking forward for Jamaica to become a republic, because we want the opportunity to write a new constitution that represents our people, a new constitution that will help our people moving forward. Right now, as we speak, a lot of Jamaicans are in trouble in terms of beach access. This is something I've heard on Wayne Lonesome program, that they are discussing issues as it relates to Jamaican having difficulty in terms of beach access, because those beach prime land seems to be selling off to politicians and selling off to elites, people who is now pushing out Jamaicans. So Jamaica, this is the reason why we want a new constitution for ourselves, that these laws can legislated in the behalf and the interest of us to protect us, Jamaica. So it is so important why we need to shift away, right, from the old colonial and the down and approve, right? You will have to get rid of two-headed dragon, PNP and GLP. Well, Clive, let me tell you something, Clive, and let me say the truth be told. For me alone, because I have gone through UIC policies, and honestly, I love the policies. And Mr. Patterson is someone who, right, spoke about these issues that I am speaking about, right, and many more issues in terms of his, mission statement, and certain mandate that, of course, he will carry. But let me say this to you, Clive, that the culture of our politics is somewhat sort of chronic, if I could say that. And so it's difficult for us to accept new changes. And this is where the problem comes in, Clive. Because from my thinking, if you notice, I am also speaking on the era where PNP involved, you understand, as it relates to SSL, going through both political parties era. And so then when you said, right, we will have to get rid of the two-headed dragon, PNP and JLP, the truth be told, Clive, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from. But the current situation, what we are dealing with, and the amount of education that we are going to have to offer, and the urgentness that this requires, the urgentness, Clive, that this requires, is to see the GLP out of office. Because, Clive, the truth be told, you know how I feel. Let me tell you, let me describe to you how I feel. And I'm not in Jamaica. I feel that someone grab onto my throat and squeezing, and it is suppressing the air slowly by slowly. Slowly. Right? So, believe you me, that's how I feel, that it is suppressing my breathing. And so then I need an urgent fix. And so then the reason why I say I am going with Mark Golden, because of what I physically, actually, and what is actually evident to us, what Mark Golden has done. And when I look at Mark Golden, looking on the system of politics, and can say, you know what? We have to put a check and balance on ourselves. And as I said, people, if you think I am joking or I'm trying to make PNP look good, or make Mark Golden look good, type in Mark Golden drafting the impeachment bill in Google, and you will see what I am talking about. Mark Golden's father has done so many good for Jamaica. Mark Golden's father has done so many good for Jamaica. So when we look at Mark Golden's family, we have our terms to say, been there and done that. Right? Mark Golden's father. We have a saying to say, like father, like son. And this was one of the reasons why Michael Manley was naturally the good product of democratic socialism. Because like father, like son, Norman Manley was a good man. And so then, Father Norman, like father, like son, Michael Manley, and we are not guessing that, who had fought hard for equal pay for women, for extra time hours work, extra time hours being paid. So when I look on the pattern of behavior, right, and that is one of the reasons why my thumbnail suggested what it is suggested, with Marcus Garvey have a vision for Black people in terms of unity, in terms of democratic socialism. Now to Michael Manley, who carry on, reinforce the message to Michael Golden, to Mark Golden, and I said on my thumbnail, different voices, same message. Every thumbnail that I put out has a meaning, has a fundamental meaning. And the thumbnail is saying that the message that we are about to deliver and the persons who are delivering the message, democratic socialism, moving forward in nation building from Marcus Mosiah Garvey to Norman Manley, down to Michael Manley, down to Mark Golden, who just did not speak on issue, but take action, take step in drafting an impeachment bill that was denied by vampires.
Okay.
All right. So Byron, would you support the reinstatement of death sentence in Jamaica? You don't know why you ask the question there, because me alone it did a few years. So let me answer your question, because I don't know joke when it comes to my country and protecting my country. So who want to pro death penalty or against death penalty, right? I am someone who believes, as it relates to the punishment that need to fit the crime. And if you think that you can enter the home of someone dwelling, and execute the person and take away the person's property, right? And this is what I can't understand. You understand, some reflection as it relates to human rights. It is not like some states in the United States don't exercise death penalty. They may not do it via the method. So then if we have to change the method, if the method is what human rights as an issue with,
Can change it.
okay, let us change the method. Let us change the method. Propose the death penalty, and it is not like the death penalty off the books. So people need to understand that. Based on our constitution, the death penalty is on the books. So I don't understand what is going on. It made us put on a stall because of these pressure from human rights. So then what human rights has the problem with? Do they have a method? Do they have a problem with the method as it relates to the execution? If they have a problem with the method that we are using, because the reason why I'm talking about the method, some states in the United States carries the death penalty. And I think Florida is one of the states that carry the death penalty. So then, the reason why I'm saying that if human rights have a problem with us as it relates to the death penalty, we want to hear from human rights. Are you saying that death penalty period must not be imposed? Because you need to speak out against Florida, if that is what you are saying, to show us where your equal balance, the equilibrium that you strike. So if you're eating out on us in Jamaica, we need for you to take it universally and don't only confine yourself in finding faults in Jamaica, while Florida is utilizing the death penalty. So then my question is, do you have a problem with the method? Now, if you have a problem with the method, I would agree with you that the method is colonial, the method is draconial, and we can change the method. So we can use injection if that is an acceptable method. So the government need to think, what is the issue here? Because if United States is saying to us that we need to seize our death penalty, then I am asking, let me look in Florida. Why Florida have it on its books? Why Florida has it on its books? And then if issues, right, of concern also coming from the United States, I would think that's something wrong with that. Because there are states in the United States utilize death penalty by a particular method. So then I don't think it's the death penalty they have a problem with. They may have a problem with the method. So human rights, this is for you. Come out clear and tell us what you have a problem with. Do you have a problem with the method? Or you have a problem with death penalty, period? Because if you have a problem with death penalty, period, I would say your focus in dealing with your human rights affairs, I would clearly state that it is biased and only confining to a geographical location. Right? And so then, if you need to be an advocate as it relates to human rights, you have to be an advocate globally. You understand what I said? Because if it is wrong in Jamaica as it relates to human rights, it should be wrong in the United States as it relates to human rights. So remember now, come out and tell me what you have a problem with. Because if you have a problem with the death penalty, period, then you need to take on the United States. Or might be they too big of a giant. And so then you're only taking on the third world because they are small in size. Let us hear where you are at with that, Mr. Human Rights. Right? And so then that should answer Moffat question. All right. So then, as it relates to, this is a two-part program, and I know that persons as it relates to Jeopardy, right? Of course, waiting. So I will be handing over to my wife. And once again, it is a wonderful topic, wonderful opportunity that I get to engage with my wonderful audience, brilliant audience, right? And of course, we have Wayne asking some powerful question, Clive Morrison asking some powerful question, Raquel Ferguson in the mix, right? And really appreciate the communication, right? Seems to getting more interesting more and more each week. So we are going to, of course, coming with some of the topics might be, even although they are highly sensitive, we will know how to scrub ourselves over that. But yes, I'm looking forward, right, to be a beacon of light as other channel as well, you understand, doing their part, right, and identifying corruption, calling out corruption, right, as it ought to call out. So once again, my audience listeners, thank you very much to pass through on the Mystic Sensation. God bless you and have a happy weekend. Right? So, wifey, you go.
Okay, welcome to everyone again. Thank you so much for joining in. We know it's a Friday night. You could have been doing other things, but you choose to be here with us, so we don't take that for granted. Really appreciate you guys being here. So a lot of thoughts there, a lot of information to think about. Oh, you were watching the Maroon thing with Andre. Okay, I'll have to look on it when we're finished. Okay, so we are going to go into Jeopardy, and let me just share the screen. Okay, let me just get rid of that banner there so you can see. Okay, so I'm all over the map this week, people. I'm sorry. This is what we have for this week. So elementary science, Marvel movies, mammals, spelling, Bible quiz. So these are the categories. So remember. Oh yes, Sean, I'll look for the link when I'm finished. I have some clothes to fold because I'm doing laundry while doing the live. That's why I was getting up earlier. So sorry about that, guys. I've been working since Monday, working from Monday to Monday. So I'm trying to get some laundry done. So I'm gonna be moving again shortly. Sorry about that. It is 9:37 here, Arlene, 9:37 p.m. All right, so as you know, you're playing for credit, and it's $1,000 credit for the person with the most points at the end, and then we have 4 runners up for $500 credit each, Digicel or Flow. And to start, you're gonna throw out a category. If everybody can throw the first one I see, we're gonna start with, and whoever answers the question correctly will choose the next category, and so on until the board is finished. So anyone can play. The question is in the form of a statement, and you're going to answer in the form of a question, which is what is, if it's a place or a thing, and who is, if it's the name of a person. Right? Oh, Truck Life is asking early, no time it is for her. Okay, welcome back, Truck Life. I see you were busy earlier on.
All right.
I hope you got all your chores completed. And thanks, Grace, she's saying like up the live, guys. All right. And Truck Life is saying wonderful job as always, Mr. Byron.
Blessing, Truck Life.
All right. Oh, 10:40 in Jamaica. Yeah, Jamaica is an hour ahead of us right now. All right, so start throwing out categories there and for how many points, and then we'll get into Jeopardy. Let me just bring this one to that one up because this one is freezing at times. I don't know why.
The network, honey.
I can't believe I went upstairs, put clothes in the dryer, start the dryer, and put the clothes in the washer. I forgot to turn it on.
Oh, okay.
But they think it done. Let's start it. All right, Chuck Life is saying spelling for 500. All right, so let's see. Okay, so you're gonna give me the correct spelling of the word gratuitous. Gratuitous. What is the correct spelling for gratuitous? Give me a pen, please. Hello, Sunshine. Welcome. Happy Friday to you.
Bless up, Sunshine.
All is well with you and the little one. All right. So I see the answer that I am looking for, so I am not going to delay. And the answer, let me just open back this here. So it's A, gratuitous, gratuitous, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first is going to make the board tonight. All right, let me just refresh. Sassy, welcome. The Sassy Diva. Happy Friday
Bless
to
yourself,
you.
Sassy.
Jamfet, welcome. Happy Saturday to you over there
Jamfet
in
in
France. Ricardo is in the building. He's able to type now. I don't know what happened earlier, but when I went into the studio, I didn't see anything wrong. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany. So Tiffany's first to go on the board tonight. Then Ricardo, Daniel, Truck Life, Sunshine, Mixin, Molly.
How many points?
500.
What?
Jamfet said fighting sleep. I know it's wee hours over there in France. So thank you so much for
Big up yourself, brother Jamfet.
Right, so that's the order in which it came in. So Tiffany's now saying spelling for 200. All right, correct spelling for the word occlude. Which is the correct spelling for the word occlude. Oh, minutes to 6. I was thinking minutes to 6 a.m.
What?
Yep.
Minutes to 6 a.m.
And all right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so I'm not gonna delay, and it is AOC. Sorry, CTC. Sorry, OCCLUDE. Occlude. All right, so. Okay, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. I was looking at the other one on top. All right, so let's see who came in with the correct response. What is C? Empress or open? Where is she? Assistant saying Empress. Okay, first on the board with the correct response is Tiffany.
Again?
And that is for 200 points. Then Jamfet, Ricardo, Sunshine, Sharon, Molly, Mixin. No, not Mixin. Sharon. Oh, not Molly. Sunshine, then Sharon. And Tiffany saying spelling for 300. Oh my God, she's on a roll.
She's on fire.
All right. Lucidity. The correct spelling for the word lucidity. Say you're borrowed boat again. Sorry. Correct spelling for the word lucidity. Look at my colors. I tell you. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So CLUCIDITY. So that's for 300 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh. Okay. Oops, it's running away from me. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet.
What?
Then
the man
Tiffany,
from France.
Sunshine, Ricardo, Truck Life, Mixin, Daniel, 300.
300?
Yeah, Daniel, Sharon, Verona. Welcome, Verona. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in.
Big up yourself, Verona.
Okay. It's a joyful Jamfet. She always around Jamfet time.
And so the score as it is, Jamfet on 300 points, Tiffany on 700 points. Jamfet, your time to choose a category.
Okay, and Jamfet says science for 500.
Science for 500.
The atomic number for the element iron. The atomic number of the element iron. What is the atomic number on the periodic table of the element iron? May I tell you?
So I'm British.
May I tell you, bright bud? We not forget to repeat it the second time properly with the answer jump up.
Why do you keep on saying I said in British? I said in Jamaican.
Right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so I'm not going to leave. Ricardo said, I move this now. So it is 26. So first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet.
What?
26.
How many points?
And that is for 500 points.
500 points? Woo!
So that's the
Jamfet
number
coming
on the
in at
periodic table.
Okay, so the score as it is Jamfet on 800 points, Tiffany 700 points. Jamfet, your time to choose.
You're gonna say Miranda, all of them slang this.
What me do, Ricardo?
What happened to you, Ricardo?
What have I done?
Jamfet's now sleep leaving him. Him wake up now. So
all right.
Jamfet is saying science for 400.
He's in the lead, so wake up and know.
The hardest substance on earth. What is the hardest substance on earth? On earth. Oh my goodness, I want to put an H in it. What is the hardest substance on earth?
All right.
Oh my goodness. All right, because of time, I'm not going to tarry. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. What is diamond? So diamond is the hardest substance on earth, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response, because everybody ran out. Let's see. First on the board with the correct response is Ricardo.
All right.
Jamfet.
Ricardo.
And that's
how many points?
400.
400 points.
Then Jamfet, Tiffany, Sharon, Molly, Drug Life, Mixin. Tiffany is saying, where's Empress? Should I roll in already? All right. So
400 points.
Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? So as I said, not everyone, because due to how many answers are pop up before question reveal.
Not tell us asleep.
Just watch our internet lagging. Oh my goodness. Asking where's the Empress? Okay, Ricardo. No, Matt's not there tonight, Ricardo.
What you want?
Over and I said sleep took her away for the past 2 weeks. No problem. Hope you got a good rest. Hope you got some good rest. So internet logging at them and them super device, them alien Wi-Fi. Okay, Ricardo said math for 500. No math, Ricardo. Is it you want? We have Marvel with M and Mammals with M. Which one you want? Oh, is it Mammals you want? I think it's Mammals. Chapman said Mickey is no old foot. All right, we'll just finish. Okay, send signs for 300 then. All right. Type of energy. This type of energy is produced by wind turbines. A type of energy produced by wind turbines. Type of energy produced by wind turbines. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for. The answer is in the statement. What is wind? Type of energy produced by wind turbines. Wind. All right, so and that's for 300 points. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oops. Minister Ricardo, take your time and jump and fall asleep. First on the board with the correct response is Ricardo, may I tell you. Jump and say, Google it, please. Oh, and it's called Ariel. Okay, all right. Pause on that one. All right, I'm gonna go to our next one and then I research that one and then go back. So let me do my research first. What I'm gonna give you, but I can't because somebody got it. All right, let me just quickly do it on this device. Hold on. Give me a sec there. Never too old to learn. So let me see.
We are learning.
Type of energy produced. In turbines. Okay. Wind turbines convert kinetic energy in the wind into mechanical power, can be used grinding, or can be converted into electricity by a generator. All right, let me see what he says. Let me just Google aerial energy. Okay, let me go back. The teacher is teaching, guys, so let me see. AER. Aerial energy. Mm-hmm. I'm not finding it as aerial energy, Jamfet.
You're not finding that.
Not finding it, Jamfet.
So what you have?
Wind, that's what it gave me. Vertical turbines. Okay. All right. So I'm killing it in the chat. All right. All right. So we're going with the wind. Sorry, I can't find the aerial. I tried it both ways. All right. So Ricardo, wind, and that is for 300 points. Then, okay, corrected it. It was off. You gave it to Ricardo, 300 points.
On this?
Yeah, then okay. Molly, Ricardo, corrected that again.
All right, so the score as it is, Ricardo on 700 points, Tiffany on 700 points, and Jamfet on 800 points.
Okay, that says when did say and go Chocolate says school in session. Yes, we all had to go and do our homework there. That's why he's typing foolishness. It's called Ariel in France. Okay, you see your Baron. Oh no, it's a set of fight against for Ricardo. Okay, Ricardo, choose the next category. Let's.
Ricardo just won that.
Mm-hmm. But say my throw out by you. All right, so Ricardo, choose the next category. Did you choose already? Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, mammal for 300. All right. This land mammal has the most powerful bite, and that is double point answer. So this land mammal has the most powerful bite. If I say go and research, make Jamfet sleep, rock a Jamfet to sleep. You're saying enough a whisper?
Aight.
We can't confirm that. See there. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. What is a hippopotamus?
When I see Empress run up in the place.
And that is for 600 points because it's a double point answer. So let's see who
I've
got that
seen
600.
Empress run up in the place.
Empress, happy Friday.
Empress
welcome,
is here.
welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Empress is here.
Happy Friday. All right. Did I let me just refresh. Shane, stop. Need for putting another load.
Oh, you wash?
Good. That's a style laundry for me come. I work tomorrow, Saturday, tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. 4 hours. Monday. 8 days straight.
Say soup still stand up in me.
All right. So first on the board with the correct response is Empress. Empress running and jump on the board. Come in and put her on the board. You know, she spring up on the board. 600 points.
What?
She just run and just make a leap off the springboard. Then Sunshine, Truck Life, Tiffany.
All right.
Oh, I must check my WhatsApp. Okay.
So the score as it is Empress on 600 points. Ricardo, Tiffany, 700 points. Jamfet, 800 points.
Mm-hmm.
See the just clip on that now? Oh, come on now.
Where? That's not it. That is from Messenger.
Oh, that Tara.
Sassy.
Oh.
Oops. Okay, I have to get in there. Hold on. All right. Is over check them. Is it me? And check your WhatsApp. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So who just got it? Empress choose the next category for how many points, and they also she said 200. So let's do that and then I'll check it. This is the world's fastest mammal. This is the world's fastest mammal.
Where do you want to check on it?
I need to go into, I think it's a mystic one she sent it to because I'm not seeing the other one. Is it this one?
You're not getting nothing.
I think she might have sent it in the group. You send it in the group, Sassy? I'm not seeing anything. Okay, I see the answer that I am looking for. So let me just reveal that. What is cheetah? And that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay. So first on the board with the correct response is
You see?
oh shit. Are you just sending something?
No, see message.
Okay. Truck Life said Tiffany Lol, you guys are hot tonight. May I tell you? All right, first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet, then Ricardo. Jamfet, 200 points. Then Ricardo, Empress said, me say the baga no and Jamfet a go on with Empire and a pick up. Truck Life, Daniel, Lord easy. Empress, Sunshine, Sassy, Molly, Triple so you're saying Bolt. Tiffany. Oh, on the regular one. Okay, I see it just came through. It was a delay. Yeah, I know it's typo, Jamfet. Okay.
All right.
All right, so Jamfet, choose the next category and for how many points. And then I'll check. Message. Oops. Jamfet fall asleep. Jamfet, choose the next category. It's a Jamfet a sleep type. Bible for 300. Okay. The father of the faith, or the father of faith is who is the father of faith? All right, let's see. Yep. Got it, Sassy. Yes, thanks. I found that one. Thanks for confirming the wind.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll get it, Sassy?
No, it was still Ricardo.
Okay.
Thanks, Sassy. That wrong, you know. I know what wrong, Empress. What is wrong, Empress? Oh, I can't give it to you. The reason why I'm Sassy have it is the time when you sent me her number, and I had to confirm with her for the first time. Sassy came over on one.
So who choose? Who choose?
I'm looking for the correct response. So everybody basically came in. So the father of faith is Abraham, and that is for 300 points. Let's get through. So that is for 300 points. Okay, Jamfet, remember it's the name of a person. You have to say who is. So Ricardo, who is Abraham? Jamfet again first, what he says, what is? And then, okay, corrected to who is. Sassy, Empress, Molly, Sunshine, Daniel, Tiffany, Verona. Yep. It was a typo, Empress. All right, so you got that?
Who?
Can I get who gets it? Ricardo. You added
Which points?
300. So 300 points to Ricardo. So Ricardo, choose the next category.
Okay, so the score as it is: Empress and 600, Ricardo and Jamfet 1,000 points each, and Tiffany 700.
Yes. There, and Rosie, wake up. Ricardo, mammals for 400. Okay. This mammal has the widest hearing range. This mammal has the widest hearing range. And there's two options. Any one of the two, I will take. This mammal has the widest hearing range. There can be two named. I'll take any one of the two. Okay, sorry guys. I see the answer that I am looking for. So I am, oops, sorry, that's not what I meant to do. So it's a bat. It's a bat or an elephant. This should be a slash here. What is a bat or an elephant? So that's 400 points for that. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, Ricardo, 400 points. Ricardo, 400 points. Then Sunshine, yeah, so that's the order in which the answers came. Empress of a check again. Oh my goodness. So yeah, it's either a bat or an elephant. That's the answer that Google gave. All right, so Ricardo is saying mammals for 500. This animal has the thickest fur of any mammal. This animal has the thickest fur of any mammal. Name the mammal. Empress say, oh, a bat for real. Says they look at my answer about who's a Catholic can't bother. Oh my God. All right, let me see. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, so not going to delay. What is a sea otter? So sea otter has the thickest fur of any mammal, and that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with that response. Okay, so first on the board with the correct response is Empress.
How much points?
Sorry, 500. So Empress, what is sea otter? Oh, goodness.
And so you have it there.
Then Tiffany, Sharon. Okay.
Okay, the score as it is Tiffany and 700 points. Jamfet, 1,000 points. Empress, 1,100. And Ricardo, 1,400 points.
All right, so she's saying the last mammal. This animal is the biggest mammal on land. This animal is the biggest mammal on land. So on a run out, skip out, roll out, jump out. Anyone who want to come out
this
on that
mammal
one.
Is the biggest
just
mammal
give
on
me
land.
2 minutes, guys. I just need to go load some more clothes in the washer. I'll be right back.
Go ahead. This animal is the biggest mammal on land. Let me see what is going on here. On land, the question is, this animal is the biggest, no, not the question, the statement. This animal is the biggest mammal on land. That's what the statement is stating. Truck life, whaling of the sea. Ratty George, truck life of Pitbull. Okay, I guess I see the answer that is there. All right. Chuck life, you know, easy about what is Byron. All right, Chuck life, you know, easy. No, Tiffany, but now I'm going to choose the wrong person. Big up yourself, Bushra Salim vlog, you know, the place. Bless it, bless up, bless up, bless up. Thank you for joining. All right. Bushra Salim. All right, so let me look and see who. Tiffany, how you talk about? I can't select it too, you know. How you feel like? Now look, man. Now refresh to me, refresh. Now refresh the thing, now refresh the thing. Empress, what is capybara? What is capybara? And Chuck Live say, what is Byron?
Sorry, guys. Okay. Tiffany said, just come back from the bathroom. Yeah. What did I miss? Oh, you missed a few questions.
Tiffany said, left the Byron next thing also.
Welcome, Bushra Salim. Welcome. Happy Friday or Saturday to you, wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate your presence. All right, so let's reveal the answer. Oh my goodness.
Elephant.
Speaking of refreshment, we need some refreshments. Come on over. We have plenty of refreshments here. Just step on through. Come on, Truck Life. Where's it? Why am I not seeing any answers on this? Hold on, guys. Oh, I see them now. Okay. I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is elephant? So elephant is the biggest mammal on land, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Ricardo for 100 points.
Ricardo.
Then Ricardo, Tiffany, Danielle, Empress, Molly, Sassy, but she didn't put it in a question. Verona, Sunshine. Yep. And
all right. So the score as it is, Tiffany on 700 points. Jamfet 1,000 points. Empress 1,100 points. Ricardo 1,500 points.
All right, Ricardo is saying Bible for 400.
Ricardo, a Bible man.
Man created on this day. So what day of the week was man created? Not the not the day in terms of Monday, Tuesday, but the number day. Let me try and break it down. The number day. I think it's only the number day in the Bible, anyways. So man was created on this day.
See the answer already. So them first,
May I
man.
tell you, you know who went to Sunday school? Everybody. All right, so what is the 6th day? So man was created on the 6th day. All right. The 6th day. And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response.
All right.
So first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet with 6. What is 6? Then
How much points for that?
400.
For Jamfet?
Mm-hmm.
What Jamfet? And
Then
lick them,
Sunshine, Ricardo, Tiffany. No, sorry, Molly, then Tiffany. Gonna say that who's this?
All right. So the score as it is: Tiffany on 700 points, Empress 1,100 points, Jamfet 1,400 points, Ricardo 1,500 points.
Okay. So remember, I not say anything to this because there anything about the somebody
Raquel.
just let Raquel know that she's logging, so she needs to refresh.
Yeah. What she said, human rights cannot say anything. Hold on. Human rights cannot say anything to this because anything about the country.
She missed something there.
Oh, it seems like something missing there, Raquel.
She's way behind. So
Okay.
I have another chat. So somebody just ask Raquel to refresh there, please. All right. So Jamfet is saying, then Jamfet, you make. Then at Jamfet, you may catch you up, Ricky. All right, so Jamfet is saying Bibles for 500. Let me just look again to make sure. For 500. And it's a double your score answer.
Double your score.
Name of King David's son with Bathsheba. So name of King David's son with Bathsheba. What is the name of that son? Boy, Ricky, I shout out your name, Byron.
I wonder if they're gonna make no mistake of position.
And what happened to Truck Life tonight?
Yeah, Truck Life. What happened to you tonight?
I must say Arlene for prayer for you. Arlene, I need you to pray for me because this is not looking good.
No.
Okay.
AJ?
Vanessa, she thought it was Ricky who got it. Ricardo said 1,500 in Fidel. Yeah, 1,500.
Then a 1,500 there, Ricky. A 1,500 me saying.
Yeah, 1,500, Ricardo.
Why not clean out your ears?
You must say him score wrong. Then the way I shout at you in a tone of voice.
I see that. And a 1,500 me say.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Raquel said Truck Life to in bed. Oh my goodness. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. Who is Solomon? So who is Solomon? So remember, it's name of a person, so you have to put. Oh my goodness.
Solomon.
Okay, so you focus on the wrong things. And when you give him incorrect points, you
focus
on the wrong thing. All right, so who is Solomon? Oops, Oshmali, you would have gotten it there, but you put what is. It's supposed to be who is in the name of a person. So Empress, and that is double your score. So give Empress 500 points.
Empress win it?
Yep.
What?
So Empress 500 points, and then double her score.
Oh, Empress, go on, sir.
Then Sharon, Tiffany. Oh, I want 1,400 in same did here. Danielle. David, welcome. Happy Friday. So
Bless yourself, David.
Building. How are you doing? Welcome.
All right.
Bless you as well, Bushra.
All right. In this score, we have ladies before gentlemen. All right. Now, Tiffany, 700 points. Jamfet, 1,400 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,500 points. Empress in the lead, 3,200 points. Well, Empress, you have burn up the board. Empress gonna lead. Empress, your time to choose.
Okay, let me see if she choose. Delco, you're blazing with the wrong answer. Okay. Oh, Jamford, I said give Molly and because she didn't know the rules. Molly know the rules. Molly's not the first time Molly's been over here playing. But just like you, when you put what, I guess just second nature, first nature.
You're giving wrong and strong.
Empress is saying Bibles for 200. Okay, name the man who climbed a tree to see Jesus. Name the man who climbed a tree to see Jesus. Name the man who climbed a tree to see Jesus.
I don't know time to go short. I don't think I'm the short people.
Wrong and strong, Tiffany. Oh my goodness. And so much she gone, how much Empress
3,200.
What? She run gone left your Ricardo. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is Zacchaeus? Who is Zacchaeus? And that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. And remember, we're not marking for spellings because, you know, sometimes the phone automatically change what you're trying to put there because of fast typing. So, first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet.
Oh,
yeah. Your Empress, if only Anne did a mark for spelling thief.
I jump it. I don't want to jump it. How much mine, sir?
200 because Jamfet just put something for make it look like what if it did get it quick.
And that jump it again.
Then Tiffany, David, Empress, Sharon. Tiffany said teach that spell wrong. Okay, David said he'll be in the background. Okay, David, thank you so much. All right. Oh my goodness, Raquel. Still the way behind. Raquel, I don't know what to tell her again. Empress said thief and thief. Everybody I laugh. Jamford said,
Raquel need to refresh.
Me type it in.
Refresh Raquel.
Empress type it. She can't hear you. Type it in. She's way behind. She's not seeing it. Okay, Jamford said, Matana miyai. All right. So Jamford is saying the blood of Jesus for 100. The first man that walked the earth according to the Bible. Run out, skip out, roll out, dance out. Anyhow you want to go out and answer that one.
And jam out.
All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays. Who is Adam? And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Press away is the blood of Jesus. So first on the board with the correct response is the man who said he's just going to be in the background.
David.
David.
How many points?
100 points. Did I refresh that? Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. So, yes,
David 100
then,
points.
Jamfet, Truck Life, Molly, but she was typing fast, so it came out a bit jumbled. Then Tiffany, Sunshine. Okay, so David, choose the next category and for how many points? Oh my goodness, Raquel alone over there answer.
Yeah.
She still an answer with Tiffany now tell her so she but it so like she's not seeing it. All right, David is saying movies for 200. Hulk's name. So Hulk in the Marvel movie, what's his name? In the movie itself, not his real birth name. The name is fictitious name in the movie. And it's Marvel movies. So remember, it's Marvel movies. There we go. It's not wrestling. It's Marvel movies. So it's a comic book movies. Right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. So, who is Bruce Banner? So, who is Bruce Banner? And that is for 200 points.
Who get that?
Let me just see. Just refresh. Tablets Oracle is in slow motion. All right, okay, Truck Life put what is instead of who is. Sunshine did the same. All right, first on the board with the correct response is David, who is Bruce Banner, and that's for 200 points. Then Truck Life corrected it. Japhet laughing. Then Sunshine corrected hers already. Impress, who's Bruce Banner. Tiffany, who's Bruce Banner. David, choose the next category and for how many points? 1029. Okay, spellings for 400. The correct spelling of incorruptible. The correct spelling of incorruptible. Correct spelling of incorruptible. Right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. What is B? So incorruptible, incorruptible, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. First on the board with the correct response is the man that's wondering what is happening all night tonight. He did not grace the board, so finally, he is on the board for 400. 400 points. I want to say 400 points. 400 points, yes. It's Truck Life, then Jamfet, Sunshine, Tiffany, Ricardo, Daniel, David. Yes, Empress said Truck Life on the board and the chairman
All
Truck
right.
Life.
So the score as it is, David on 300 points, Truck Life 400 points, Tiffany 700 points, and Ricky Ricardo 1,500 points, Jamfet 1,600 points, Empress in the lead, 3,200 points for Empress.
All right, so Truck Life says movies for 500. Captain America's shield and Bucky's arm are made of this metal. Captain America's shield and Bucky's arm are made of this metal. What metal is the arm and shield made of? You can know the Marvels fan them, you know.
Mhm.
You know the Marvels fan them. Okay. All right, and I see the answer that I'm looking for. So known delay, and it is what is vibranium? So vibranium makes Captain America's shield and Bucky's arm, and that is for 500. Where did the mouse go? All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response of what is vibranium. So first is Truck Life, then
What?
David. So Truck Life,
100 points.
500 points,
What?
500 big
No,
ones.
sir.
And jump up on him and run.
Truck Life, I
So
run.
vibranium, then David, then Empress,
Okay.
Tiffany.
So Truck Life is upsetting the board. Now David on 300 points, Tiffany 700 points, Truck Life the new upsetter coming in with 900 points, Ricky Ricardo 1,500 points, Jamfet 1,600 points, Empress in the lead 3,200 points.
You're Jamfet,
I don't see anyone I don't see anyone passing Empress right now.
You're Jamfet. Me not lie, this category of foolishness, you know, I would have a problem with that.
Empress I take home.
Empress say go on your bed, done no Jamfet.
Empress I take home the biscuit tonight.
All right, so Truck Life is saying movies for 400. The first Avenger. Who was the first Avenger?
Empress going with biscuit.
Who was the first Avenger? Avengers funds run out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I see the answer I'm looking for. Known delays was Captain America. He was the first Avenger. All right, and that's for 400 points. So let's see if anybody else came up with it. Oops. All right, so Truck Life, who is Captain
Again?
America? Yes,
What?
again, and that was for 400 points.
No, sir.
Then Sunshine. Ricardo, you know about Marvel movies are foolish. Just as fun
Truck
and
Life
watch
moved up.
TV.
Truck Life moved terribly in our last water, man.
Said, but we must come back with this rubbish.
David on 300 points.
Oh my goodness.
Tiffany on 700 points. Truck Life advances lead 1,300 points. Ricky Ricardo 1,500 points. Jamfet 1,600 points. Of course, Empress. We now call a score Empress. You know how you lead.
Truck Life are rub it in. This Avenger has a stone in his forehead, and it's a double point answer. Lord
My
Jesus,
God.
I get tea from here, so that's why when you're busy, I'm not trying to solve.
Okay. No,
Double point
So when I talk to
answer.
them, let me mistake them because you're terrible about that, you know. No, seriously.
Sorry, it's a double point answer.
Some mistake. Mistake.
This Avenger has a stone in his forehead because I was trying
double
to
point
get
answer.
it done in between work. Double point answered. Oh my God. Just go back in the template and we're gonna fix them. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. Who is Vision? So Vision has a stone in the middle of
and
his
that is what
forehead.
double
point.
Double points.
So it is 600 points for the person who got that one.
Let us see the lucky winner.
And that's all it. And that's all for the doubles. I think all doubles are gone now. All right. So let's see who first. Let me just. Oops. I was gonna do that. All right. Let me refresh and see. All right, who first came in? So 300 there. So Tiffany said it's not over until it's over.
All right.
All right, so Vision, Truck Life. Who is Vision?
Truck Life again?
You know Truck Life.
No, sir.
In Marvel movies.
How much points? 600 points.
What? Truck Life running. Then Empress, Sunshine,
all right.
Ricardo, with someone in Avenger. So
Truck Life, I mean, beat 4 consecutive points straight through. Oh, okay, all right. David on 300 points, Tiffany 700 points. Ricardo on 1,500 points, Jamfet 1,600 points, and Truck Life 1,900 points, Empress 3,200 points. Now Truck Life came from back and actually
second
pass. Place. Yeah, no second place.
Because you go all over the map to say second place. All right, John Fitz said, I feel a way.
Trust me.
Oh my goodness. So Ricardo said,
at one point, we wonder what happened to Truck Life tonight. It seems like Truck Life now going to make the board.
Truck Life said, Ricardo is Sunshine telling me all the answers. Because she must have watched the movies with the kids. Ricardo said, but anyways, go on, Uncle Truck Life. This performance is a piece of farmer's jerk pork. You're willing to go buy the pork this week. Oh my goodness. And he said Marvels for 100. Everybody run out, skip out, jump out. Who is that Avenger? Who is that Avenger?
Truck Life again, you know. Truck Life again, I can't tell you.
Jamfet said, who is Meteor Man? I see the answer that I am looking for, and it's not Meteor Man. Jamfet is Iron Man. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who first came in.
Let me say what Truck Life get this again. Okay. Like seriously. Oh my goodness.
You know that they have kids in the house. Is what happened to the here Ricardo burn off boat from back to second. I don't know. Okay, first on the board with the correct response is Empress.
Aye.
And then Truck Life was right behind her.
How much points?
Iron Man, and that is for 100 points.
100 points?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, who is Iron Man? Not what? Who is Iron Man? Then David, Tiffany, Molly. Truck Life, so you're Mr. Baron. Then you hear Baron. Michibu, welcome. Happy Saturday
Bless
to you over there
sister
in Australia. How are you? Thank you so much for joining in. Ricardo said justice for Empress. Happy Saturday to you over there, Michi. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so Empress, choose the next category and for how many points?
But it's like a truck life. It's like a truck life will take second place because he's second place right now.
I say at least Empress prevents a category clean sweep, lol.
Yeah, I tell you.
per jam fit. Oh, Ricardo forgets up by 4. Okay. All right, Empress elementary for 100. So elementary science. The largest planet in our solar system. Everybody run out on that one. The largest planet in our solar system, and that is for 100 points. Why you never prevented Jamfet? You put Meteor Man, which is Gandalf, in Lord of the Rings instead. Choose effigy. Oh my goodness.
What? Buddha bun up.
All right, so let's see who first came in. So what is Jupiter? And that is for 100. And Empress Dunn declared the winner already. All right, so Jamfet, 100. Then David.
Jamfet, okay.
Then David, Empress, Truck Life. Molly, Tiffany, Sharon. All right, so Jamfet.
Your time to choose a category, Jamfet.
Oh, Jamfet said, oh, none of my quest answer them no get booster. Choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, science is finishing up science. The process by which plants make their own food. Run out, people. The process by which plants make their own food. So the process by which plants make their own food. Look at the scholars.
Look down. Look at that. They people brilliant. Remember me, I tell you.
Not sure. Raquel, that was Noah.
Or Raquel Lagman.
Way behind, so she's not seeing that we were telling her that
Raquel is way behind. Raquel is logging.
Yeah, I see the answer. So what is photosynthesis? And that is 200 points. So let's see who first came in with that, and then I will just
after this point we can start write down the
oh, you know that easy. All right, so first on the board is Jamfet.
What?
Mm-hmm.
How much points? Much points for Jamfet?
Hold on. 200.
Whoa.
200 points. Lord Jesus, my brain slow down.
So
Tiffany, then Ricardo,
Empress, second place, you know.
Truck Life, Sharon. Oh my goodness, the amount of kiss teeth with Ricardo had over here. Oh my God. All right. Oh, Empress, wait. Jamfet said if you're not sure about the score, just double up.
No man, but Jamfet, you want Truck Life.
I'll start the boat. Hurry up, Empress.
Truck Life tied in second place, 1900 points.
Ricardo said, Byron, this is all your fault, you know, because you restrict me from the chat earlier. Poor Byron.
Poor me now.
No, you know, say Tiffany start and a long time. That's what I mean. No. All right, so the final one. Pluralize. Correct spelling for pluralize, and that is for 100 points. And so I'm gonna make it difficult tonight, and people still crying, eh? People still bawling.
All right.
I see the correct answer. So what is A? Pluralize, and that is for 100 points, and the board is clean. So let's see who
The
first
board
came
is
in
clean.
with the correct response. What Japheth says spelling, I wager all my money. Empress. So Empress, then
okay.
Short
How much points are that?
100. Then Ricardo, Sharon. Triplets Empress Steve. Oh, Verona is lagging a bit as well.
Okay, so all right. So we have 5 persons made the board tonight. Congratulations to the 5 persons, and congratulations to all the participants who play. A very good match, to say the least, and good sportsmanship from all participants. All right, so we have the 5th person to make the board, Tiffany, on 700 points. Ricky Ricardo coming in 4th place at 1,500 points. Jamfet as the last person, 1,900 there. And Truck Life, 1,900, both tied for 2nd place. And of course, Empress. 3,400 points. All right, so $1,000 credit goes to Empress tonight. All right, so there you have it.
Okay, Ricardo, so I'm going to sleep now. So good night, guys. Have an
all
amazing
right. Bless
night
yourself, Ricky.
Great rest of the weekend. Okay, Ricardo. Have a good rest, and I hope work won't be hectic for you in the morning.
Oh, Jamfet. Which credit Jamfet? Which number Jamfet I put it?
I have the number already.
Oh, you have Jamfet number?
I have the number already. Put it to
anyone who...
So congratulations to everyone who participated and graced the board, and also to those who just played in general. Well played game. Everyone did well. He said, do that one on the same one. Oh, 810. Okay, put 810 at Jamfet.
Jamfet.
Yeah, if I don't.
810.
You just 810. Them not going to put the full
Oh.
Is it Digi was it Digi or Flow? I think it's Digi. It's not send me a Flow one.
Digi?
Yeah. I'm going to Empress. I'm going to have to send you the numbers and stuff, if you don't mind, if you have the time.
Yes, sure.
To set up the WhatsApp thing from, because honestly, time is beating me. Because honestly, I was trying this week, but I've been working since Monday, and I'm working right back to Monday. So Monday to Monday, that's why I'm doing laundry and stuff tonight, because I did only 8 hours today. I swap away 4 of my hours so I could do the live, and I just said, let me get laundry done. So I am going to, if you don't mind, 2 spa voucher from Grace from Valentine, and me just collect it. Oh, okay, congratulations. Oh, he says it's Flow.
Okay.
Jamfet says it's Flow.
It's Flow.
Yeah. Okay, so she said no problem. Okay, so I'll send you a message on I'll send you a message on IG. My God, my brain has slowed down.
And Empress. Okay, you have Empress number already, right?
Yeah. All Amazon gift card me from them. Okay, that's good. You're going on great, man, Empress. You're still mashing up all the place.
Yeah.
So Empress one go in at the group. No, I'm going to give her the numbers if you all don't mind. Well, Empress have your number already, Ricardo. And then she put them in the group for me, set up the group for me, because time I am trying, but time is beating me badly. Honestly. Time, and it's only going to get worse now that we're getting onto summer and people are going on vacation. It's going to be more hectic for me. I'm trying my best, but trust me, time not working with me at all. Oh, congratulations, you won Starbucks voucher from the workplace. Sharon said, have a blessed night, everyone. Have a blessed night, Sharon. Thank you so much for joining in. And not see my comments. Hold on, Jamfet. Do that one and okay, it's 0. Okay, Ricardo said, and me not get added to the group yet. It's the time, Ricardo. I have everything written down in a little book. Even today I brought it at work to say if I got a little time, because you see all the errors that was in the template. I did it at work, in between work, because as I said, I've been working since Monday, so I really didn't have the time. So in between break time and stuff, I tried to get it done. So that's why I had some errors in there. And time you see I have errors, it's because I had to rush do it. Okay, and is American spelling, C is Jamaican and British spelling. Yes, teacher. Stop card. Yes, teacher. Okay, teacher. All right, guys. So I am not going to stay long with you guys post live, because I have 3 something of laundry to go fold, and I still have clothes in the washer and dryer. So. And I have to get up early tomorrow for work. Tomorrow I'm doing 12 hours again, Sunday 12 hours. So, yeah.
Them know the things.
Yeah, man. But as usual, we're committed. So here, no matter what.
Next week, Friday again, we're coming out strong and firm.
Message me on 846 and up. Okay. Just write it down here. Yeah, the only 2 person added so far, unfortunately, is Sassy, and the Byron. There's only 2 added. But okay, I'm gonna turn it over to Empress and just get it done, because obviously I cannot do it alone. I need you guys' help to help with certain things to get going. I mean well, but yeah, I paid the property tax in Jamaica today, because today the deadline before interest go on it, so I paid it today. A double winning like Ricardo, a double winning like how next week a holiday. All right, we'll come with something special for the holiday next week.
Yeah, we can do that.
We'll come with something special for the holiday next week, so everybody turn out.
But this Sunday is or next week Sunday.
Friday is Good Friday.
Oh, Friday coming?
Yeah, I think it's the 7th, Good Friday.
Oh, okay.
Remember that gift card Ricky wants, and anything is possible. Ricardo said, Byron, I see you. Okay, guys.
Bless up yourself, Ricky.
Jamfet said, if Marvel come back, may I go sleep. Jamfet, I just tried to make it as easy as possible. So I thought it was going to be, a walk in the park for everybody. So I just threw something simple together. Just as I said, I had to do it at work, because I just, the time. So I did it in between work and break time. So I just put some simple things, easy things to say, okay, it will be a walk in the park. Not realizing that it's not everybody watching Marvel movies and stuff. Okay. And she said more Mystic Sensation videos next week. Yeah, next week would be a little better. I have a little more time next week. So put French look here, Jamfet. I may want to get in a trouble. I haven't even I've not done French since high school. I think it was second form I did it in, and I decided this is not for me. All right, guys, so I'm going to say good night. So have a blessed and wonderful rest of your weekend. Have a wonderful and productive week. And again, thank you guys so much for being here. We really appreciate it. We don't take it for granted because you could have been doing other things and you chose to be with us. And we really love and appreciate each and every one of you. So stay blessed, stay safe, and safe travel upon the gravel. Until
All
next
right.
week. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh,